Welcome back to the most dramatic, exciting, and deadly of grudge matches in all history of StarCraft 2 in 2022 in collegiate rivalries in Michigan. Yes, Michigan versus Michigan State. The eternal struggle between that pits brother against brother, that pits father against son, and that pits Terran and Zerg and everyone else mostly against Protoss. But that does transcend the lines. We have, again, the best players of each league individually, battling it out for glory, for blood, for ladder points, for bragging rights. That about covers it. I think we got most of it. Most of these players will be playing. I'm not 100% sure they all showed up. It is a Saturday, and I don't know. It's been too long since I pretended to get educated, but I'm pretty sure you get extra time off for Easter. It is Easter weekend, and that sounds like something that at some point I considered a holiday. So, but they've managed to show up at 4:30 p.m. in the morning for this match, and we're going to be battling it out. I'm going to bring in, hopefully they're ready for it, the team captains.
Legitimate SC2 event.
A legitimate SC2 event. Thank you.
Yes. Hello.
Did I step into the wrong conversation?
Oh, no worries.
So.
We're just catching
You're
up.
fine.
Is there an illegitimate SC2 event I need to know about?
Not
No
yet,
comment.
but we'll probably make one up along as the year pass.
I look forward to it. Okay, so we have here the team captains, the lamb wranglers, the people who made this all happen and got enough people here to actually play in this match. So first off, thank you guys for doing that. I'm gonna start with Scion from Michigan State. Can you tell me first about how you came to this position? 2, what your plan for today is, and 3, how to join your team.
Hello, I am Scion of the East. I am president of the RTS club at Michigan State University. We rebranded to RTS 2 years ago to be able to cover more of the genre, so more people would join.
Was that successful?
I'd say it was pretty successful. I had more fun with the club. We branched out to other games. We were playing more games. I'm now playing more than one game at a time.
Sounds dangerous to me, but go on.
Well, yeah, but because we did that, we started losing a little focus on StarCraft. Like we were able to wrangle enough players to host this event the previous times, but this time it was a struggle to find players. Not gonna lie about that one.
So you're actively looking for more StarCraft nerds, or just RTS nerds, in general.
Yeah, because like more well, both technically, because like the StarCraft one just so we can like, keep this event going on, and the RTS ones just so we have more people to play with.
You guys don't stoop to many of the other esports genres. Your own exclusive, because I know there's an esports association as well at Michigan State, so you guys are your own special thing, of course.
Yeah, we still do the esports thing through StarCraft, but for the other games, we don't really have enough. We don't have enough players or motivation to field a team. Because I know there's
so
like 8
not
event
stooping
players.
to their level, of course. I hear
Not
you.
yet,
I'm
not
reading
yet.
between the lines.
Yeah, not yet.
But if somebody wanted to join, how would they do that?
For the club,
Yeah.
they would join. First off, they can just join our Discord server directly, the MSU RTS club, or they can join the MSU's Esports Club Association server. Just so they're in the loops of like all the esports going on at our university.
Yeah, these are probably Googleable, and then I'll have, if there's a description of some sort, just look for a link. Simple enough. Honestly, if you can't find a Discord server for the college you're going to, how did you get there? So, but that is the simplest way to do so. Now, with all that said, Double Delete from University of Michigan.
Hello. So, do you want to answer the same questions? from
Same
my side?
questions, or whatever
Alright.
questions you want to answer, but those are a good start, I think.
Alright, so sounds good. So, my name's Double Delete. I'm the StarCraft 2 competitive director at the University of Michigan Esports. So, yes, if you're interested in joining the University of Michigan Esports, then you can find our Discord server. As Winter said, he'll probably have a description of that somewhere eventually in the future. And we're one of the titles that is currently under UMich Esports. We have 10 sponsored titles, soon to be 11. And we'll be looking for players. So, what were the other questions again?
I think that you covered most of them pretty efficiently there.
Alright.
But your team today, how do you feel about your team today?
I'm feeling pretty good. Yeah, we've been practicing together a bit recently, and they're all looking pretty good, so feeling confident.
Okay, you guys can correct me if I'm wrong about how the match will play out. But we have a series of matches through the leagues, though some players may be off racing or something along those lines to make it a little more fair, in a series of best of ones, because StarCraft is not just about the Grandmasters and the pro gamers and all that, but instead about everyone else. And not everyone can be the best player, but they can enjoy the game. And even starting with someone such as yourself, Double Delete, as I saw, you are a bronze player here today.
Yes.
So you're starting off strong, more of an leading from the front, I see. So it will be a series of best of ones from bronze up to master/GM, and then
Best of threes?
best of threes.
I think so.
Best of threes,
Scion.
even more dramatic. I was wondering. I thought I just went by it. Somebody told me best of ones. I'm like, all right. But best of threes, we actually get to see these players. No cheeses are gonna get through. I mean, they might, but less likely. So we'll see plenty of everyone today. And then at the end, it's going to be played either way. But if it is a tiebreaker, because there will be 6 matches, a team match. Are we planning on 3v3, 4v4?
3v3, I think.
I think 3v3 is the most comfortable format.
Yep.
Yeah, 3v3 that could potentially decide it. So, did I miss anything here before we get started?
No, I think that covers most of it.
Just to bring up, our final match for the Masters bracket will be 2 GMs going against each other.
Ah, yes, that one. The showmatch, the one that will bring everyone in.
It depends on who's playing. Well, I think I'll recognize them. And I may be biased depending on which one of them is cheesier, but I make no admissions. I'm a completely objective and unbiased caster, as my years at University of Michigan have definitely created. So thank you guys for putting this all together, and I hope this inspires a few more people to check it out. And as we've had in the past as well, there's most colleges around the U.S. and outside of it usually have some sort of esports club or StarCraft club or something along those lines. And there's no reason not to join today. Just because it's StarCraft doesn't mean you can't pretend to interact with other people, though it certainly doesn't help. So, last thing from you two. We're going to start the other way. Predictions. So there are 6 matches and a team match. So just give us, how many of those do you think your team will win out of those 7 matches? Double Delete.
Oh, I was going to ask if I had to go first, but...
Well, he started this.
I insist.
I insist.
I think we could probably get, like... I guess we're going out of 7, including the team match.
Yeah, we'll count that as 1.
I think we could probably get 5.
5. Scion. Do you dispute that?
I want to say 4-3 MSU's favor. because I think
3
it's
would
gonna
not be
fun.
favored, but
It's not gonna be a stop. I think it's gonna be a fair match today.
good games for the fans. I
Good
think some
games,
good games
it's
for the
fun all
fans.
around. That's my hope.
All right. Well, with that said, Double Delete, it's time. Get that lobby loaded up, and we'll
All
get
right.
started. Thank you, guys.
Yes, sir.
Awesome. Thank you.
All right. Yes, Double Delete now jumps into the match. He will be leading the charge. Too much time administrating. But yeah, we'll see. Do you want... All right. I think he's also hosting the games, so that's convenient for me. A lot of hats. And I do like in-game. They've all, oh, you guys can't quite see it, but they all have their clan tags. MSU, U of M. Nice to see the commitment to it there. Or they just joined before the event, but either way, they put the work in. And now my favorite part of live events is the filling time while we get the lobby and players readied up and making sure we're good to go. So, best of threes, starting in, well, almost everyone has a Masters or Bronze logo because that's how StarCraft be nowadays. So we're just going to take their word for it on what rank. I mean, it's bragging rights, it's pride. The captains have worked out a player of each level to face off against each other. So, and we'll get started. The first match is always the hardest. As they say. Oh, is it both captains? Actually? Is it surprise? Yeah, I mean, it looks like Bronze versus Master, but they are both effectively Bronze. The captains leading the charge. In the Bronze match, a best of 3. I should have just asked them how they were gonna play against each other. Double Delete is playing random. I'm not sure what his main is, but Scion, a proud Michigan State Terran. So, let's get things started. Let me introduce, for the University of Michigan, the team captain. It is Double Delete. And wow, this is the Bronze League. Goes straight for the Reaper wall and Chrono Boost. Yes. I just play a lot of Protoss, bro. Meanwhile, on the other side, the team captain for Michigan State University. It is Scion OT of the East, I believe. Very dramatic. All right. the SCV sneaks into the base. It is a best of 3, not a best of 5, but it'll feel like a best of however much it takes. The Team Michigan did say they were practicing together, actually getting some games in. Michigan State, on the other hand, was a little more conservative in their predictions. And by that I mean saying we were lucky to get enough people together today. This is because in order to enter... in order to log on to the Michigan State internet, your blood alcohol level must be below 0.3, and that disqualified about half the players. So, Scion comes across with the first Reaper. He did manage to kill the first probe, which is a resounding success, but an Adept comes out. The Adept, a little late to the party. The Reaper in the main. Double delete. The probes are pulled. Micro, grenade. Another probe. Tries to get out, but the Adept... Micro. The Reaper gets away. The cleaning bot's watching very closely. The Adept chases it down and finishes it off. I'm sorry, I'm getting thrown off. Like, we're just gonna gloss over the fact that bronze is just an idea, because here in Michigan, if you're bronze, you're effectively at least diamond. And take it... Wow. We have the most Artosis of Artosis pylons as Robo, 3 Gates, Twilight, Cybercore. Essentially every single building is on this beautiful Artosis pylon. And then another gateway on the low ground. Meanwhile, Scion with a pretty competent Widow Mine drop coming together. Now, I think at Double Delete gonna have a good opportunity to get damage done because it's only a single barracks. Now, this is gonna sound crazy. I went to college, not for that long, but they taught me that 5 is indeed more than 1. And right now, 1 barracks against 5 gateways. Oh my god, how many gateways can you fit on a single pylon? Even more than this. But Double Delete has managed to get 7 of them, a Robo, and he's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 buildings. 10 out of 10. And that isn't even the full radius of the pylon. Oh, simple geometry. Medevac boosted out, not spotting the charge lots. Sneaking in. And by sneaking, I mean charging directly on top of everything. Scion has almost nothing. The depot is close. Oh my god, warping in on the high ground. The Widow Mine drop taking the scenic route. But Double Delete has no mercy in breaking through. Yeah, there's nothing left. I thought, like, usually the lower level matches are... Well, wow. So, maybe the Widow Mine drop? And yes, some pylons. Oh my god, what a reaction. GG! Scion. Gonna fall prey in game 1. A nice, quick 1-0 in this series. All right, what does SC2 replay stats tell us? Jimmy. Yes, the hero zealot. Attorney Amato the Fist. 6 kills, including a siege tank and 4 SCVs, charging through to victory. Double Delete coming through, leading strongly for his team. Scion ready to go. Game 2, jumping in. Even fast on getting the next lobby up. I gotta give some credit there, too. Underrated skill. Well, it's time for something completely different. Double Delete did forget to change his color back to blue. I think we'll accept also yellow from, or maize, I'm sorry, from the Michigan players. But otherwise, though, up 1-0. Pretty convincing 1-0. A very an almost perfectly executed charge lot all-in. Besides the creative placement of all the gateways, it was pretty much as quick as you can get it. Scion, on the other hand, was not a pushover. He was doing a relatively standard Widowmine drop. The big weakness being that when you go for a Widowmine drop and don't really have any other units, if you just get punched directly in the face, it doesn't go great. So Double Delete, finding the perfect real estate for that spawning pool. Always important. Gotta have the right aesthetics. Scion comes in, he scouts. Yes, indeed, he wasn't lying to me, the filthy cheeser. He didn't add that part. It was implied. Because Double Delete did tell his race to start here as a random player. Oh, the duel! A drone. Forced back by the brave and bold SCV, but another drone! As the SCV chases! What? Mutually assured destruction. The SCV kills the drone as another drone kills the SCV. And that's how we'll start things off. Reaper coming out. Double Delete. Oh, Reaper coming back. Reaper jumping up again. 2 hops this time. Heading for the main. Two Lings. Well, microed away in time. Meanwhile, oh, the Overlord wandered in a little too far. At this point, you just say, I was totally scouting, bro. And I definitely didn't forget that my Overlord was here. The Marine. Microed. Scion. Also, oh my god. I guess he decided against the whole add-on idea because when you're building an add-on, you can't build Widow Mines. The Reaper, though, does survive. So far, Double Delete, I'm getting the impression he has a bit more familiarity with Protoss. Not that he doesn't have a comfortable Zerg build here, but so far, the Protoss has seemed a bit more coherent. Scion, on the other hand, likes Widowmine drops, and I know I like a man who knows what he likes, but at the same time, I dislike a man who does Widowmine drops. So that leaves me back where I started. Oh, the grenade bounces. That Reaper makes it to the natural. I don't think it's going to make it out.
Ninja Mega Man 7 is chilling for 39
Closed down and knocked out. Thank you, Mega Man. We've got Spore Crawlers on the way. Never forget Spore 20. The Widowmine drop. We did not get to see it come to true fruition in the previous match. But now Scion has a chance for redemption. Baneling nest on the way. More drones. Double delete. Heading well over that 40 drone count. Sound very careful to make sure that Widowmine drop is not scouted. The spore crawlers will help, but spore crawlers don't shoot mines. Another boost, headed towards the main. We'll have to see. Last time, Double Delete had quite a good reaction time. Oh my. Queued up, the Widow Mines will burrow. No reaction yet from Double Delete. 3 drones, 7, 8 drones. Could have been better, but definitely could have been worse for both sides. A scan. Yes, those are Zerg units. Correct. Scion confirms his opponent continues to be Zerg, the filthy animal. Meanwhile, roaches, lings, banes. Unfortunately, nothing really for them to deal with. Double delete down to 43 workers here. And it appears he's kind of in the unit production mode. After the damage dealt, he feels obligated to respond in kind. But the only chance to get that damage done is by going up the ramp. The ramp is not walled off. There are a couple tanks, some marines, no stim, but being reinforced. There are not that many banelings, and by that I mean there's a baneling. The scout sees the tanks. Will that stop him? Scion makes an even better choke point. A little late, though. The Zerglings clicked on the tank. The other tank. The Terran army holding their ground. The baneling taken out. And this is an utter disaster for the Wolverine player. The Spartan holds the line. That was optimistic. Running up a ramp into siege tanks is a tale as old as time. The tanks both taking an approximately equal and superficial amount of damage. Scion, now ready to return fire. Double delete with 2,500 minerals. Maybe saving up for his next tuition payment. As right now, cannot spend them on anything but Zerglings, and there's not enough larvae. More Zerglings and Banelings. Well, I think a lot of this will depend on if the tanks are sieged. So far, so not sieged. Uh-oh. Here come the Zerglings. A little late on the siege up. Some stutter step of questionable effectiveness. And Scion will be driven back. It's still not walled. That is not a wall. And that could create some significant issues. But wait! The door... Wait, no, it's still not a wall. What a disaster. Well, there's a lot of Zerglings. More holes in that wall than in Michigan roads. And what could have been a comfortable defense may turn into a devastating defeat. The wall is breached. So many supply depots vulnerable. It's not over yet because Double Delete just started a lair. If Scion can hold his ground, he's still got the high ground. And he still has a pretty decent economy. And 3 command centers. More Zerglings streaming through. Another Widow Mine. The all fall back. A lair. The very first lair on the way. This orbital is headed out. Not... Well, the Widow Mine... We'll have to see where we go from here. I have no idea. Obviously. A Liberator will siege. Try to force the issue. The Widow Mines make things even more difficult. Scion, not gonna give it up. Reclaims his natural. Double delete up to 54 drones. Not that getting more economy was really a high priority for him. Oh, coming in again. The Widow Mine connects. Terrible, terrible damage on both sides. Once again, though, a siege tank on the high ground. A devastating... just an incredibly powerful tactic against double delete. The roaches try to close the distance and will almost kill the siege tank. If I was Scion, I'd be paying very close attention to double delete's tendencies here. Everyone knows once the blood pact has been joined, and that siege tank has drawn first blood, there is no choice but forward. So, Scion, deja vu. I've just been in this place before. Tiny bio attack and a siege tank at half HP. Well, yes, that base is still there. But this time, it's different. The siege will begin. 1-1. 2-2 has started. No upgrades for double delete, by the way. Of course, no units in production at the moment for Scion. He's got a lot of upgrades, though. And that is better than nothing. There we go. Macro. For both sides. The siege tank push that double delete has yet to realize is happening is slowly making its way... Yep. Leapfrogging. A little closer. And now it will be revealed. And will be unrevealed. Another siege tank heading out. The army supply, I mean... that siege tank is maybe an optimistic rally there. Ooh, gotta be very careful. The Zerglings are coming. Oh, he manages to get the siege tank into position. No upgrades here for... oh, where's he going? The Zergling's looking for a flank. Great foresight here. May lose the base. No, goes for the Spore Crawlers. The Zerglings come in a little early, but they get one of the tanks. The Marines are holding their ground. And they're doing a pretty good job, as they do have a lot of upgrades. There's a Nidus on the other side. I think Scion's starting to realize he just doesn't have the unit count here. Has the Nidus form been spotted? It has. Is there anything in the Nidus? The units scramble. Where is the Nidus? There's actually nothing in the Nidus network, as they were all... 2-2 is now done. But Scion's army count is 9 Marines. So that is not the most you can have. Double delete much more in the quantity over quality, truly embracing the Zerg here. Triple Evo on the way. Plenty of money in the bank. The Medivacs made it home. Some Banelings without speed. In fact, no upgrades but Zergling speed right now. They're getting the Hydra... we got Ravagers. We got Banelings. We got Roaches. Alright. And in front... oh, the Widowmine will be dragged out. That's just a lot of Zerg. Not... oh, that's the wrong direction. There are just not very many units for Scion. Double delete. Oh, about 25 more Ravagers. Just the sheer volume of Zerg here. Overwhelming. Wow. He's got 26 Ravagers. More corrosive bile than last night. And double delete brings it home 2-0 for his team. 1-0 for the University of Michigan. I do appreciate the focus on quantity of units. As many people have said, that having more units, even when faced with a hero such as Coach Leo the Unfettered, more units often is superior to having less units. But can his team follow up that commanding performance of the captain? Will he lead by example or be left alone? Find out more when we figure out who's playing next. We got, is Curious Minds, Hardwire, alright. We've already done the map vetoes and all that fun stuff. Alright. We have Lose Theron. Lose Theron. Versus Comma. How many GM random players? There are like 7. And then we're ready to go. All matches are best of 3. At this point, leagues are but a suggestion, but the captains have worked out relatively evenly matched players. This is match 2. Ideally, the level goes up for each match, though it doesn't follow like a hard and fast league. It's just kind of the format we're following, so it's just trying to make it as fair as possible. But you know what's not fair? The amount of morale boost that your team captain coming through can provide. Let us see if Luz Theron can follow in his incredibly massive, big Gabe-sized footsteps. It is, for University of Michigan, the Terran player, Luz Theron. On the other side, with a lot of weight on the shoulders, you don't want to go down 2-0 in this best of 7, where all matches will be played, to be clear. But still, you don't want to go down 2-0. With the duty to bring it back, it is Michigan State's Kama. Kama? I think Kama. Okay, we're not that. Jimmy! Protoss versus Terran. Don't lose, lose. Start your chants in the chat. That probe wanted to die. Freeing up supply for the sharpest of timings from... Reactor behind. I gotta say, the team captain showed quite a command of their build orders. Even Scion, who didn't quite have the macro to follow it up. But Scion definitely had a good idea of the trajectory of the build. I'm not sure if such commitment and administrative quality will be shown in the less procedurally minded players of the team. On either side. A single Hellion. A scouting Hellion? A Scoutian? Lose. Yeah, sent out. And then sitting at the natural. I got a little ahead of myself on that one. Two Adepts, robotics facility. We're going with the Artosis pylon strategy all day. Another Hellion. Marines gathered. Distinctly different than the Hellion, though. They all have their own spot. I think we have individual rally points. And what is more obvious than a fusion core? Yeah, I think he's his battlecruiser rushing, which is... That is definitely one of the strategies you could possibly do. Meanwhile, a forge, 2 shield batteries, couple gates. Kama has a little bit of everything. There is an observer on the way. If the observer is sent straight across, it should be able to see the fusion core and or the battlecruiser before they can jump. A marine drop coming in for Luz. Immortals being built by Kama. The Wolverine coming in back of the main. 7 Marines, 1 medevac. A couple more Stalkers warped in. The Forge being targeted. Time to chrono boost that +1. The medevac boosted away. Takes a lot of damage. Battlecruiser in production. Now we gotta go to the Kama cam. There's some can't yet. Well, I mean, like... So, I think Luz may have accidentally, with that marine drop, induced the correct reaction to battlecruisers. Because it appears Kama is not interested, 1, in pylons, and 2, in taking damage from that marine drop again. So... Here we are. Mech will be the choice behind it. 2 more factories, 1 more armory, and 2 more gases. Luz putting everything together. The battlecruiser is online. A jump into the main, into the heart of the cannons. The shield battery is in place. The Stalkers must respond. The shield battery, well, the cannon that was built because of the marine drop, now damaging the battlecruiser. The battlecruiser flying right over. The Stalkers are targeting. There should be enough Stalkers to deal with this. Meanwhile, the Hellions in the natural doing a whole bunch of damage to the probes. The battlecruiser will be cleaned up. The shield battery's helping a lot. The probes being slaughtered. Not exactly the most anti-Hellion of units. So 21 probes are killed by the Hellions. All of that was cover for the Hellions to get damage done. The triple-pronged attack. 1 battlecruiser, 1 mostly full medevac, and 6 or so Hellions combined to get 23 probe kills. It's a pretty costly exchange still, either way. Probably could have just run in with the Hellions on their own, but... So this leaves us in a weird spot, because... Lose Theron doesn't really have any opportunity to end the game. So Kama, with a commitment to that macro, going for the third Nexus so early, can bounce back in the probe count, catch up, and potentially overtake. But at the same time, I mean, battle cruisers are still being produced. We'll have to see how the second cruiser goes. Cruiser 2, online. Do we jump? Or is this a macro cruiser? Well, the observer technically sees it. We'll see Kama. Maybe needs to up his scroll speed from the default 20% based on everything I'm seeing slowly here, but plenty. Yep, that's a battle. That's what a battle cruiser looks like. We do get a check on the observer. Immortal, Charge Lot, Stalker, and then maybe Archons up against your more classical mech. Tanks, Hellions. This is the drawn-out brawl, the slugfest that we were looking for. I don't think either player has the capability to inflict critical damage on the other at this moment. Though they certainly could try. Oh, that turret outflanks the observer. Storm on the way. The TPM continues to race. The turrets per minute, of course. +1 weapons and armor for the mech army. Storm and Blink, two very micro-intensive abilities. +1 already done for Come On the ground. A second robo, 5 more gateways, and a robotics bay being added on for the Michigan State Spartan. Meanwhile, a 4th command center for U of M's Terran player. A bit of a supply block, but now dealt with. Kama still significantly behind in supply. So far, that third base paying off. Immortals continue production. This is what we like to call the macro phase. Two more command centers for Luz. Ah, yes, the classic 140 supply timing. Scans forward. AKA the, it feels like now's a good time. Is it? We'll soon find out. The observer spots the army. In fact, we'll follow it to the front. If the tanks are allowed to siege, things get a lot more difficult. He retreats up the ramp, and he's up against his own, but a beautiful storm. There is a shield battery and no high ground vision except for the battlecruiser. A lot of the Hellbats blunks forward onto the tanks. A very bold move. But the Immortals left to their own devices. A few Hellbats, though. Oh, a bit of a mess out here. The Robobay gonna go down. Another blink. The tank's doing terrible, terrible damage. The battlecruiser goes down. Kama has definitely done a lot of micro in this fight. It has definitely done something. Has it helped? That much is much more open for debate. Meanwhile, blanking forward, which is the true purpose of Blink Stalkers. Going for the tank. Doesn't quite get it. 26 more probes go down, and it looks like it's almost a technical knockout now. Has 26 probes and most of the supply. I don't think a Colossus is going to turn the tides here. 4 shield batteries, though. Oh, well, the charge lots. Actually, the tank fire drawn into that. Another battle cruiser was built. 1 Colossus and 4 shield batteries. Oh, micro! Comma is now a period. End of the line. Game 1 goes to lose Theron. Unfortunately, it does seem like I'm a little ambitious with his stalkers. And lose so far. Siege Tank, the true winner of today, I think we can say decisively, Siege Tanks. Okay, Siege Tanks coming away as a solid victor. On either side. Alright, we're ready to go. Game 2. So far, the Wolverines out to a very strong start. I don't think well, I think the real winner of today so far is attacking. The player who is more likely to attack early seems more likely to be continually building those units up. Defensive strategies have taken a back seat. At least so far. We'll see. Do they have any other builds? Did they have a build in the first place? I did like the yada yada battle cruiser strategy from Luz Theron. It was definitely a very original way of getting to that battle cruiser build, and ended up working out for him. The battle cruiser, a little known distraction for Hellions. Something that maybe needs to be employed more often. What is a bigger distraction than a flying laser bathtub? That's what I think. Probe gets in. Seems kind of surprised about it. Will leave immediately. SCV. Giving him the side. Not even gonna get close. Giving him a wide berth. As probes often deserve. Making sure that probe doesn't try anything and then just kills it in cold blood anyways. JK, out of there. Probe slips away. Immaculate micro. And then runs out of gas. Prices these days. Well, more Vespene gas going to be gathered. Cyber Core, Gateway, Chrono Boost across the board. That command center finishing up a second Rex factory. Sometimes you just got to sit back and read the production tab. I fall a little bit too much into the what are they going to do next instead of just enjoying what they're doing now. Because, I'll be honest, like many things in college and in StarCraft, do you truly know what you're doing? Or are you just kind of going through the motions and hoping you'll figure it out by the end? And with that said, the command center lands at the natural. On location. Robotics facility on the way. Wow, this actually does look like a pretty solid. Don't give me a reactor. If he had 3 out of 3 in gas in the main, he could slap a reactor down and actually have like a straight up 2-1-1 timing behind this. No, oh my god, but wait, that would ruin his perfect 16 out of 16 on minerals. So let's not get too insane here. Oh, he may have. We're most of the way there, though. That's what's important. A shield battery. The Marines gather. The probe watches. The stalker also watches. Oh my god, look at its head. Just like... It's like a bird. Little, doesn't have a mouth. Why do you wear a bandana? Not important. For stealth. Oh, the cleaning bot eliminated a very key point of any strategy. Third command center at the front. Double medevac. He actually switched onto the reactor that the barracks had. Which does seem like a misappropriation of add-ons. But a perfect 16 Marine drop at 5 minutes with stim. Honestly, still pretty solid timing. The probe does spot it, but did Kama spot that the probe spotted it? Now that's the question. The observer, I think, will also... No. It's headed towards the main. There will be some immortals. The medevacs are dropping. Oh my god. They're slightly out of vision. Now, well, the Marine stim. The probes in danger. Oh, it's not good. Looks like either way, Kama's gonna start this match off with a lot less probes again. Oh, the medevac, he's not... Oh, it's not quite there. More stalkers warped in. They'll expect one of us in the wreckage, brother. Anna. Also, another Marine survived in the main by just standing very still and hoping no one noticed. Somebody noticed. Well, that drive-by dropping ended up killing all over half of what was then Kama's probes. So that isn't great. And they'll make it home, most of them. With a few notable exceptions. So I would call that a resounding success here for Luz Theron. +1 attack on the way. Like, honestly, there aren't too many great options from this position, as the income has taken a bit of a nosedive. And building 3 cannons is definitely one of the options. Well, the observer will scout that indeed there are barracks. Plenty of medevacs. It's Stalkers, Immortals. Kama has caught up significantly by chrono boosting those probes. The Robo Bay could definitely help, assuming we get that far in time. Unfortunately for Kama, he does have the blink upgrade, and the probes do seem to be rallied across the map. So both of these things are likely to be a little bit more aggressive than he really needs them to be. Joining up, trying to bring... Oh my... Ooh, the double scan out of Luz Theron. The probes actually brings the probe home. Alright, we lost one. Saving Private Probius. After 8 minutes on the map, finally, he finds the strength to come home. It was all part of the plan. So, Kama is going for the trademarked Colossus Templar Storm build, all on 2 base. Now, he tactically lost so much economy earlier, he can actually stay on 2 base much longer. Because he didn't mind nearly as much, because he lost so many probes. Well, here comes the Terran army. There are no Colossi to meet it. 1-1 is done. There's 2 tanks. It's almost all Marines here. Okay, nobody sees each other, but they are right on the edge of it. The tanks will siege. Pulling back yet again. Luz Theron with a significant army advantage. Those medevacs are dangerous as well. Stim some of the Marines. Where are the Colossi? Trying to hold. Juggling back. Siege tanks once again jammed in place. That is a lot. Well, the Adepts are warped in front. The Colossus is going to join in. Oh, he shoots his own Nexus in a panic. Oh, it's a disaster. And, well, Luz Theron comes away with it. And the Wolverines, undefeated so far, put another match on the board. Luz Theron with the methodical Terran play is able to jam his tanks into the spot of success. All right. Now, on the ropes, the Michigan State Spartans. Who's up next? Shadow Hero and Super Ninja. We've got our anime battle. Place your bets. Shadow Hero or Super Ninja. You don't get to know which team they're on first. Who has the more anime name? I don't actually know. Okay. This is our gold league match. It appears that Super Ninja is Terran, at least showing for now. No. I do appreciate his in StarCraft name is Super Ninja SC. And then I realized immediately that I'm a little hypocritical making fun of that. So never mind. You might see the diamond border. Remember, nowadays the borders are made up and they don't matter. And some of these players are playing off race as well. At this nowadays, everyone's in Legends League. Nope, wouldn't be in that. Shadow Hero continues to remain cloaked. We are searching for detection. But we'll keep you apprised. He's possibly too good at his job. But soon, all will be revealed, and we will know. I'm Night Knight. I'm the real Shadow Hero. Of course. What a dramatic twist. Night. Not even in the Michigan State clan, maintaining his identity. Terran versus Terran. I'm not good at creative names. My first character I played a lot of in World of Warcraft was a restoration druid named Regrowth. So which is one, for those who don't know, it's one of the abilities that the druid has. And then I switched servers to play sweaty PvP, of course, and the name was taken, so I changed it to Regrown, which I thought was very clever. So speaking of clever, let me introduce from the University... Wait. Yes, the University of Michigan. It is Super Ninja SC. with not one, not two, but 3 SCVs on their way across the map. And then, the real shadow hero. We found him, now known as Night Knight. It is... Nope, already did the intro. Yep. Night Knight. Well, kind of undercut that one a little. The first Omega cheese here. We had the charge lot all in. We've had the medevacs. In fact, has U of M had only Terran? Well, no. No. Double Delete was random and didn't play Terran at all. So that only half of the games have been Terran. This is only the second Terran match. Super Ninja going with the ultimate one-punch strike force. Meanwhile, Night Knight is also building 3 barracks, but in his main. I mean, this is essentially TVT for players who don't cosplay a battlecruiser captain. In the meta leagues. Here we will see what resembles micro. Who comes out on top? Well, 1 Reaper heading across. There's nothing to stop it, but 3 Reapers have even less to stop them. They're getting chased down, going for the SCVs. More Reapers. But the Reaper on the other side is coming back. The first one is murdered. Super Ninja showing the power of teamwork, keeping all his Reapers together. Grenades coming out. And, wait. What? Super Ninja with an attempted offensive GG, but body blocked by Night Knight, who managed to GG first. Like, I'm pretty sure they typed it at exactly the same time. That was not a reaction. Anyways, it's all over. Super Ninja comes out on top. It just kind of ends. We're gonna spend more time looking for Shadow Hero than we are in this match. Alright. Next game. What a start. And we're in. Here we go. Just an efficient game from both sides. Does he do it again? Game 2. We're up and running. No SCVs being sent out by either side. Just a lack of ambition, in my opinion. Here we are. A scout, though. Or at least it should be. From Super Ninja. Night Night. It's a 1 rank so far, but I don't know if we'll end there. SCV shows up, tries to hide behind the Rex. Night not having any of it. Chase down. The SCV taking a look around. Only 1 out of 3 in gas is going to make that early Reaper kind of difficult. Super Ninja. Locked in. Second SCV tries to body block. The SCV Micro intense. But a 1 Rax expand. A little optimistic to do that without any units. But we will see. Super Ninja. Reaper on the way. Well, it's a tech lab. A tech lab to start. Technically, Marauders do counter Reapers pretty well. Also, Super Ninja not willing to commit that Reaper to the other side. Though Night boldly deciding that units are just a suggestion in this real time. Okay, there's a Marauder. 2 SCVs headed down to add 2 more racks on. Yeah, sometimes you just gotta... Finally, the SCV... I gotta say, Super Ninja keeping that SCV alive for a pretty insane amount of time. Another SCV. So super... Okay. So we got two racks at the natural. Super Ninja looks like he wants to proxy a starport after expanding. Yeah, as you can tell, we have some very creative players here. But he does have a factory and barracks at home with no add-ons, so this is definitely a very unique build we're seeing here so far. Meanwhile, Night working on that 3-rack stim. Gonna slap down a reactor. Yeah, it's not really a wall so much as a funnel. Widow Mine is done. Starport's finishing up for Super Ninja. Well, where do we go from here? Does Super Ninja know? And like, I think he's all right. Well, yeah, I wouldn't have guessed that one. Another starport, and back at home, of course, is a fusion core. So, it does seem like it's gonna be the eventually proxy battle cruisers. It may take some time. I mean, when you build them right next to the base, you know, you can teleport out instead of in. Night is taking his sweet time getting to a Widow Mine drop. The Reaper just kind of jumps in. The Widow Mines are unhappy about the situation. They will burrow angrily. And oh my god, he right-clicked it. All 4 mines will light up that Reaper and blow it into oblivion. Oh my. That is about as dead as a Reaper can ever get. Double battle cruiser on the way. 2 battle cruisers. Well, the mines are going to become a very important part of all this. A third cut. He's defending against the Reaper jumps, but Reaper jumps are probably not the biggest concern for a while yet. The Widow Mines also defending the front. Battle cruisers are building. Super Ninja actually doesn't have that much of an economy, but he will have 2 battle cruisers, so that kind of makes up for a lot of it. And this is where having a wall can definitely backfire. You know, those Widow Mines might end up working out better than expected. The battle cruisers... Yeah, the Widow Mine battle cruiser combo here. Well, the Widow Mines doing quite well. The battle cruisers are a problem, though. Yeah, the battle cruisers with no combat shield. Well, combat shield is done, but Marines don't really... Uh-oh. And there it is. All right. So far, the University of Michigan off to a clean sweep. 3-0, 6-0 in matches. The Terrans tearing through. Jimmy! Nobody knows. That's the verse no one knows. The non-fair use one. So 3-0. Michigan State has to win out from here. Including the team match. Of course, we're going to play all the matches because we're just, like, individual bragging rights are still important. But we're moving into the upper leagues now. Yeah. Historically in these clan matches, especially the lower levels have been less concise. We have MeeHeehee versus Pain, which seems appropriate. MeeHeehee. And then straight up just Pain. Well, Terran versus Zerg, it seems. All right. Glittering Ashes is our first match. Hopefully we'll know the rest. Oh yeah, Hardwire. We keep having like the third match lined up. Or the third map lined up. But so far, we have yet to see it. Alright. Do or die time. Or at least, shame time. Let me introduce, for the Michigan State University Spartans, their last hope to take this match, at least convincingly. It is... MeeHeehee. With an interesting starting build. And on the other side, from the University of Michigan, Pain. So, Pain, MeeHeehee, putting his proxy hedge on the normal scout path of the SCV. The SCV took a little while to do a double take there. He realizes that MeeHeehee is up to no good. Because MeeHeehee does seem to be a bit of a cheesy Spartan. So, MeeHeehee, okay. So this was maybe a little optimistic from me. Oh, pain. Builds a bunker. Probably a smart move. There's a roach horn on the way, so me is still has some time to go before me. No, really nothing else being produced here. The roach horn's still pretty far out. Oh, I'm already lightheaded. Oh my. The Reaper, the roaches could make quick work of a bunker with just a Reaper in it. Marines being added. So this could escalate. I don't know if Payne is treating this with the respect it deserves. The one thing it's missing here is a queen. The 3 roaches should be enough to deal with this for now, or they could just scamper by. Ravagers being produced. So this Reaper and Marine are kind of out on their own because MeeHeehee is right behind them. Which leaves me saying, MeeHeehee? Oh. Well, the Ravager microed back, deals with that pretty badly bruised. The Reaper, nope, doesn't make it. MeeHeehee hunts him down. Another bunker on the high ground. The Overlord a little late to the party. Won't be giving that high ground vision particularly early. Gonna try to jump up the ramp here, but the bunker gonna be some real damage. The roaches, well, the Ravager's taking a lot of damage. MeeHeehee adding more and more Ravagers, and that high ground vision provided. Whoop. Ravagers outranging the Marines as well. You gotta be careful with the Ovi though. The Ovi's provided a lot of micro happening here, trying to scramble by, but the Ravager finds the bunker. He doesn't find himself very happy. Payne holding for now, trying to target the SCVs is MeeHeehee, but losing his Ravagers, which are the most expensive part of this. Really wants that depot. That will supply block Payne, but he lost 3 Ravagers, which is nearly all of them. A Cyclone on the way, a strong choice. MeeHeehee driven back. Oh, good target fire from the Marines. And Payne no longer so much in himself. As the Cyclone is out, the Overlord actually managed to escape as MeeHeehee now has been driven to the low ground. A Spore Crawler back at home. The Cyclone must be microed back. I don't think we're going to see a breakout here. Or a breakthrough, rather. Maybe a breakout as time goes on. Trying to micro. The Cyclone targets a Ravager. If he's able to get it, an expensive pickoff. An angry corrosive bile there. But MeeHeehee looks like he wants to macro this out. And Payne was not quite in position to block the expand, so there's about to be a siege tank as well. And with it, oh, watch out! Oh, another Overlord. I don't think either player realized this Overlord was happening. But that will supply block MeeHeehee. And that'll make things difficult. The tank, oh, pretty deep here. A lot of damage being dealt. The Cyclone may be taken out. He's chasing, but the tank is still shelling. The Cyclone's down. A painful exchange. But just now taking the command center. Supply block for MeeHeehee. No command center for Pain. Still enough roaches to make moving out a stressful endeavor. The SCV... Brenda! Oh my. Well, the SCV kind of just gets in because the queen was a bit slow on the draw there. More Ravagers built. But MeeHeehee looks to macro this out. Oh god. Those things just... No, I don't know. If I just stop the SCVs... Once again, siege tanks coming through as the #1 winners in this match today. As they just do seem to be quite a hard counter to people willing to commit so much. So instead of having some decent map control and the ability to defend his expansion, MeeHeehee has made things interesting. The broodlings get another marine or two. He does have that natural look and is building a few more drones. MeeHeehee is not in a horrible spot. It is actually quite an interesting position for both players here. A couple mules were dropped, maybe a little preemptively by Pain. In that, yep, well, mules have a tendency to affect the income pretty helpfully for the Terran. Pulling himself out of that economic deficit. What the... Okay, salvaged the bunker as well. Meanwhile, the Viking. Brenda! Microed back. The queen's in the main, a little lazy on this. Oh, the Viking! Ah! Oh my god. Wait, the Viking, give you another chance. Right on the edge of the creep. You have one job. Oh my god, just shoot it. No, we're gonna get it with the Ravager. The duel continues. Fires a shot. Lands it! Down for the count. One shot, one kill. Easy peasy for MeeHeehee. More Zerglings on the way. Nice and slow, just like he likes them. We'll scamper across as well. Heading back now. The Pain, though, building up quite a competent... These Michigan Terrans do seem to... Oh! As I said it, instead of building up to a strong and potentially game-winning tank push, we'll pick up 2 medevacs of units, a bite-sized portion of the army, and offer them up to MeeHeehee. Now, of course, these 2 medevacs could do a lot of damage in and of themselves. Well, not the medevacs, the units in the medevacs. Don't get technical. They do have stim and combat shield. Using it now, targeting the hatchery. Some real target fire from both sides here. Picks up, gets out with half the Marines. So... It wasn't the worst. I mean... It wasn't that cheap, and also just kind of shuts it down. MeeHeehee expanding to the other base already as well, so not a huge economic blow there. Zerglings looking to get vengeance, as blood demands blood. We'll have to see. That tank barely out of vision range, and the Zerglings the same. Could get quite awkward. Picks up 2 more medevacs. Zergling spotted. Now will be chased down. 11 more drones, though. Put me at that coveted over 50 worker count we've seen so little of today. A double drop. We're gonna see the double here out of Pain. Really I didn't know if I wanted to say stretching or stressing. Stretching the Terran to the limit. As the double drop on the left flank. 3 spines. A solid backbone here. A double drop to the right as well. With the army in the middle, we'll have to see. The first set on the right. Gonna move in. Might be able to just take out the hatchery. Meanwhile, on the left, the spine crawlers doing a lot of damage, but the bio army should be enough to deal with them. They do buy a lot of time. Corrosive biles. Meanwhile, left flank. Drones themselves vulnerable. 11 Hydras in the way. The drones are not running. They will be gunned down. 13 drones, which brings MeeHeehee back into a tough spot economically. A corrosive bile mostly hits him in the face. The double-double, overall, a success. +2, +1 on the way. Evo Chambers, but a suggestion to me. Lurkers, though, could definitely add an interesting wrinkle into this match. As the Lurker den is complete, Zergling's trying to move in. Pain now has 95 army supply. He's got 7 tanks, which is not an insignificant number. A scan on the base, a double scan. Checking all the options. The bio army actually moving out here. We're gonna have to look at the MeeHeehee cam, where the army will be almost accidentally scouted. The lurkers moving in. Not quite where you'd hope, and immediately scanned. Will the army... It's... Okay, does he see them? Is an important question. The tanks making their way up. Scans the lurkers. He's working on it. Oh. Picks off one tank. Going for the second. This one's a little more costly, but getting the tanks is the most important part. And meanwhile, a Ling counterattack, though many of the house tanks do remain here. Pain picks up, and he goes to the main. Or he goes towards the main, and then he just kind of hangs out for a while. Lurkers looking to move forward. The tank is unsieged. A scan is there, but the bio army not going to be enough. The main base, though, is entirely vulnerable, and this should create some very hard choices here for the Zerg player. Losing a lot of drones. A lot of drones. But the army is trying to file down the ramp in one of the most painful ramps to ever try to file down. 11 drones, down to 44 yet again. MeeHeehee continually struggling to keep that drone count up against these drops. A few, yeah, this is essentially just Marauders. Are those ghosts? He's building ghosts. Which, I mean, yeah, ghosts the counter to lurkers. I'm excited to see these ghosts in action. Like, we are getting up to that level in these matches where I mean, that's the Terran conundrum. One of the best parts of Terran at the high level is you get to use ghosts, but one of the worst parts is you have to use ghosts. As ghosts are by far the most direct counter to lurkers and pretty much everything else. Up back to 60 drones is me. So not neglecting his economy. In fact, he's got money in the bank. Hive is finishing up, which unlocks those lurker upgrades as well. The Zergling counterattack did not work out. The Bio Army once again. A base undefended. A hatchery targeted and eliminated. I'm not... Yeah, well... Pain does get out. MeeHeehee struggling to hold on to more than one base at a time. The scan. Oh, micro. I think... Oh my god, the split micro working out. What is this? Marauder team. Well, with +2, +1 against 0-0, just Zerglings, the Marauders are able to hold the line. +2 armor finishing. Evo chambers, I believe, were built at some point, but with 0 upgrades for the Michigan State player, he's going to have a tough time fighting even the Bio Army. A nuclear missile is in the production tab, as this is the first match to make it this far. I'm sure he's got great plans for that. The Bio Army hits the left. Once again, Pain with the long-winded yet effective two-pronged attack. The Venn scan over the Lurkers. Lurker range is done. The Zerglings, very much not a counter. A few Lurkers here. I'll have to see the Lurkers. The Snipes potential. Oh my god, he's got Cloak. Cloaks, Snipes, eliminates. Well, and then more Lurkers come up, and that doesn't go so great. But at the same time, the Bio Army took out the Lurkers on the left. Are those mutas? Yes. There's technically no anti-air here. Though +2 armor Marauders with Medivacs are still kind of hard to kill. Unless you load up into the Medivacs and kill them, which does expedite the process. Alright, now we're now getting Adrenal Glands. And then +1 melee, +1 ranged attack, Overlord speed. Pain is maxed out with Mass Ghosts, upgrades, and nuclear missiles. MeeHeehee has 7 mutas, so it could go either way. Technically, practically unlikely. End his pain. It's what we're waiting for. I mean, I guess you could always throw into Lurkers. There's always that opportunity. Triple scan. And the longer Pain waits, the more likely it is that the Lurkers actually find a decent fight. I mean, it's still incredibly unlikely, but you gotta say something. I'm still casting, right? Like, you gotta pretend like there's a chance here. Maybe this Zergling counterattack will be the one. Maybe this +0 Zergling counterattack into Planetary will be the one, though. Anyone think about that? Maybe that's it. Where's the nuke? Launch the nuke! That's one way. You know how to get rid of Lurkers? Nuclear missiles! I'm doing the slow siege. There we are! Thank you! The Wolverine nuke. Trying to bait the army in. He's actually gonna nuke his own ghosts. Pain. as much as I love to see it, I think there's like a 50% chance he did that on purpose, and a 50% chance that he also did it on purpose, but you love to see it. Pretty BM in my opinion. Oh, no, you didn't kill the planetary. Oh, wow. Will it burn? So, even despite the self-nuke, the bio army is still far more than enough against the almost unupgraded lurkers, unless there is no scan. In which case, the lurkers are able to chase it down. There's the scan. He's microing a little bit, and a little bit might be enough. Blinding Cloud used. The Marauders bashing forward. The upgrades cannot be understated, but without detection... okay. Well, MeeHeehee refuses to die. Pain has helped him by killing his own units. He does have 4,000 minerals, but no gas in the bank for Pain. A surprising lack of it. I guess, wait, what is his army? He does have 13 ghosts now. Rebuilt from the 7 he lost to his own nuke. But the Mutas! The Mutas! They've arrived, and one of the orbitals is feeling very uncomfortable. They may even kill it. Eventually. Oh, it's kind of close. We're getting close to the turrets here. The Mutas are microing around, dancing. What a...
Ladies and...
You know what? We'll give them it. That's the best we're gonna get, really. They got the orbital. That's a win. Pain takes game 1. So that was quite an experience. MeeHeehee looking like he had a chance to make that early Ravager build work. But unfortunately, siege tanks, once again, the blood debt must be paid. Everyone knows once a siege tank attacks, you must go forward. Commander Ulysses the Hateful, Pain's hero unit was a planetary fortress, slaughtering 38 Zerglings. The Hateful. Wow. What a name. Pain specifically practice versus lurkers. You could have stopped at practice, and I think that would have set him apart. Typical Terrans. It is clear, I mean, we heard it in the interview beforehand. The Terran, the U of M players. University of Michigan, known to be more of a nerd school. So, for nerds, and that's why so many Terran players, as you can see. Whereas Michigan State is a little bit more of a diverse and of the softer sciences in many cases. Because at Michigan State, people value learning life skills as opposed to nerd skills as well. Based on the family members I have that went there and how they justify it. I'm an unbiased caster. Yeah, I'm surprised that... Well, we already had Protoss player. Double Delete, I think he played random for U of M as the team captain as well. Honestly, me. I think there was potential in that. It was clear Payne was not ready. He did not really understand what he was dealing with. Unfortunately, MeeHeehee was not able to lay down the killing blow early. And then Payne got to do his fancy tactical Byun impression of double drops. And to be honest, just a roach-based composition isn't going to be great against him. So, I think you try to throw them off their game, get them in any situation but the one perfect, and by perfect I put like 3 asterisks at the end, build they practiced. And then that's when they start to slip. So I would love to see me try something along those lines. Maybe a little bit higher economy. Maybe a Nidus, like a 2-base lurker or something crazy. All right, Clem. Is it Clem? Oh, 1. You see, that's called the Reaper boost there. You give yourself a little boost, get high ground vision. There you go. Simple geometry. Three CC build from Payne. This is a actual 3cc build. The reactor was before the factory, which is a little off on the build. But otherwise, and also no orbital at the natural. But besides that, this is, wow, we're getting up there. Me, on the other hand, roaches. Well, I couldn't find the roach horn. I was looking for it. It was hiding at the natural, next to the queen, loitering in the corner. No loitering! How much energy do you have? Move along! Go inject something! And other things that they totally tell you at orientation. Payne with a Banshee. A nice, safe choice. This is just a straight-up 3cc defensive build. And honestly, I think it's this is a Byun build. Like, not figuratively. This is... Byun is the only Terran player I see going Cloak Banshee. And if I know Terran players, he's been watching. So... This is no longer an impression. It is just trying to copy. Oh, and there it is. The classical Hellbat play. Byun also loves going for builds that still don't work, but he's going to try anyways, no matter how many times they fail to a basic Zerg build. So Payne here, truly embracing his idol. Now, I don't believe MeeHeehee has any detection. So, the Banshee is revealed to the Slowlings. So there is that. And Cloak is not yet done. So this will inspire Spore Crawlers in time. Banshee can beat a Queen in 1v1, but without Cloak... Ah! Back in my day, I was able to fly! Okay. Alright. Simmer down. Well, here are the Hellions. Soon to be Hellbats. The artist formerly known as Hellions. Or maybe not. Or maybe so. What a grenade. Don't let the grenade hit you on the way out. Cloak coming in. Lair just started. 2 Cloak Banshees, though, are going to make things dramatic. There are no Spore Crawlers. Gets the transfuse off. The Banshees burning that Cloak. Meter's still running. I mean, still plenty of energy here. Hellions try to come in. Well, Hellions going towards the natural. The Roach Ravagers headed the other direction, and things are about to get pretty weird. The main base, the drones. Wow, what a perfect play! And then he runs the drones back. This is actually... No, and then he attacks the Hellions with the drones, so he kind of undercuts that play a bit. But only 10 drones lost. Could have been much worse, and now the Roach Ravagers headed across the map. This orbital's already lifted. Well, a siege tank on the high ground, and now you know how that goes. Siege tank fires, hitting the Ravager to start. I don't know where those corrosive... They went straight into the orbital. The Banshees are on the way. He's still eating the siege tank hits. It doesn't have quite the range. He's shooting at himself to kill the Banshee. What a play! Even a Predator drone has joined the fray. So where does that leave us? Well, there's another tank. I don't know what he's looking for over here. The Banshee targets the Rav. He's coming back in. He loves soaking in the splash damage of the siege tanks. More Ravagers. This is a escalated version. Pain versus MeeHeehee 2. Bigger, bolder, more tanks, more Ravagers, more destruction. Hashtag Thermopylide. As the Spartans broken. Hydroden as the admission to Roaches maybe not ending the game. The Banshee had 13 kills. The other Banshee dead to the Ravagers. MeeHeehee actually getting upgrades. This time Pain was too distracted by his own devices and just now started +1/+1. I think this actually puts our Spartan player, for the first time in this entire clan war, the Michigan State player is in a winning position. Not won yet. He's building Zerglings without speed, and then he starts speed. But he's got a very not terrible spot. But there are siege tanks. And still plenty of ways to go. 26 more Zerglings is definitely a choice. The slope... Well... Well... I could think of better uses for a few dozen Zerglings. Oh, we're not done. Yep, there's another round. Pain. Well, Zergling speed finishing up. It appears, you know, if his intent was just to get rid of all these Zerglings he accidentally made, I'm just gonna retcon this and say he realized Zerglings were just not gonna be an important part of the unit composition, and that was the best possible move. Okay? Alright, we're gonna give him the benefit of the doubt for no discernible reason. Benefit of the doubt! So, MeeHeehee still does have more army supply, more workers, more bases. But, okay, he got Burrow move, and then he did get Burrow, so that is key. That is definitely, remember that, everyone remember that exists. That is a thing that exists. MeeHeehee, of course, does. 36 more lings. Another scouting wave, I see. Double medevac drop. A classic tactic. The Overlord should spot it. Medevacs, you gotta make sure that they... Yeah. Roaches. Some Hydras in the mix there as well. Me! Now supply blocked, but mostly close to max. More Ovies on the way. It's gonna max out. +2 attack on the way. 2-2. Well, through the production tab for Pain. Infestation Pit. One of my top 5 pits. What? Don't ask for the other 4. Meanwhile, Pain against the Roach, Hydra, the Stim, a bunch of no, God. Pain indeed. Wait, does he have Roach speed? Oh no. It's a disaster. Roach speed is... He got Roach Burrow move, but he did not get Roach speed. So, I don't know about this fight. Alright. I mean, technically... Oh, wow. Alright. Lots of pain here. Oh, wow. Oh, wowee. MeeHeehee. Here we go again. The Banelings exist. Oh! Ah! Woo! Ah! Oh! Siege tanks. Oh wow! Well, clean this up. Some more Hydras. A lot of things happening. Pain has, he's got a couple more command centers. Me? What is that queen doing? Well, Lurkers, unfortunately, lost a lot of that position that he once had. And really, it was his fault. It was very much his fault. We can't, it was not, yeah, it was very, he deserved it. A lot of Zerglings died. The Baneling count on units lost doesn't count if they attacked. So when they all attacked those 4 Marauders, well, it's a bad time. Well, here we go. Remember when we got Burrow move for Roaches? Neither does me. Oh god. The tank. Pain. From Pain. Where did the medevacs go? They are hotkeyed separately, which is a impressive amount of control, but he did kind of forget about him for a little while. Well, the stem and the split. There are a lot of marauders. The lurker's moving into position. That position is under fire from siege tanks. Siege tanks continuing to earn their spot. Oh, lurkers, they don't have range, so siege tanks still comfortably outrange them. They still outrange them with range, but it's a lot closer. Zerglings drawing siege tank fire into the Marines, which is their best chance to get damage done. There's an infester, so cross that off your bingo card. And MeeHeehee, unfortunately, looks like he's on his last sets of legs here, as Payne was able to clamber back to his feet and march across the map. And that does seem like it will secure 4 matches for the University of Michigan, which means that they will take the majority. But we are playing every match just to, I mean, wait till we get to the Grandmasters, all right? We do have a Grandmaster match, as well as the team game. And the team game, I think, is the real. Like, teamwork is what's important. Not these silly matches. Anyways, U of M 4-0 so far. Have yet to drop a match. But don't let that discourage you. The Spartans lost in the end, too. But so there's that. We have Luke versus Sparkle Hands coming up next for our diamond-ish match. Sparkle Hands, one of my favorite since MeeHeehee. Unfortunately, we couldn't get MeeHeehee versus Sparkle. We'll have to see which one has the most siege tanks. Is Matt Luke Rest. Lucarist. Lucarist. Don't worry, we're gonna wait 5 minutes and then get a 3-minute game. Me. Is Sparkle Hands playing random? Matt Luke. Well, Luke is a Protoss. Back to the drama. The Michigan grudge match. Michigan State Spartans versus the University of Michigan Wolverines. Currently, now don't let numbers affect your feelings, because Michigan State sure doesn't. But it is 4-0 and then 8-0 so far in matches for the Wolverines. But they're getting better and better. And of course, we have the all-important team match at the end. So let me introduce your next players in the Diamond-ish leagues. A Protoss versus Protoss. But first, in the top right, probably the coolest name for the University of Michigan. It is Sparkle Hands playing random. And then on the other side, don't let his biblical names fool you. It is Luke, or Luke I don't know. There's the seeming carryover is Luke in general. So, for the Michigan State Spartans. Looking to take their first game. It's kind of hard to tell the probes apart when they choose the yellow and green. Then again, that's always been an issue, is when pylons and probes, they've never had the distinguished colors. All right, probes. Very stealthy creatures. Untrustworthy. Okay, I'm sorry, I zoned out for a second, but I zoned back in and I see a gas steel plus a nexus against 2 adepts. So, Sparkle Hands with a more typical opener. Of course, also stealing the gas limits the openers from Luke here. Robotics facilities on either side, but there is a reason we build those gateways at the front in this matchup. There is a very important reason why we do that. And it looks like Sparkle Hands is about to show us why. The probes are coming. Oh no. Well, 2 adepts in the main. So there will be probes lost. They're trying to get this around, accept their fate, but will take as many probes with them as possible. The number 7. And all that mining time. That is not a good start for the Michigan State Spartan. Though, he does have a nexus. Something which Sparkle Hands just slapped down not long ago. So, it's not good, but it's not the end. Okay, you can mine with up to 22. How many times? You're not... So, I know the number, it turns red. It's horrible. It's horrible if it turns red. But, actually, fun fact, you can go all the way to 24 workers before long-distance mining becomes relevant. After you get to 24 workers, it drops off, and You should know. You're the U of M player. You should know math. But it's like, but the number turns red and that's bad. It really should turn. I actually lobbied. Yes, this was important to me. I thought Blizzard would care at the time. I was naive. I was like, it should turn yellow and not red until you get to 24 because it's technically less efficient, but it's not inefficient, and red is misleading. But that technology, like in co-op, it goes to 24. It's the same amount of mineral patches. I will not die on this hill. It's not that important. Like, whatever. But... No. I mean, Silver graduated from University of Michigan, so unbiased, as an engineer. So I know, from personal experience, bunch of nerds. Not saying Michigan State doesn't have its share, but, I mean, they're playing SC2 and transferring probes before the... Yellow indicator. And then red at 24. That is... You know, I think we should fix everyone being in the Bronze League before that, though. I admit there are different... Or maybe, you know, having different maps every couple years. I'm gonna play 2,000 atmospheres and screw up the wall at the natural until the end of time. Alright? I could get a doctorate in the time it takes to get 2,000 atmospheres out of the map pool. Robotics Bay for Sparkle Hands. The worker counts are pretty even because Matt, or Luke, sorry, I apologize. Luke has taken a third Nexus and been pumping off the second one. There's +1 air weapons started, and then a Stargate. Which shows quite a commitment to that trajectory. How much vision does Sparkle Hands have? Just some gates, hitting a third of his own. I mean, my point was we've had 2,000 atmosphere for so long. Not that I would rather get rid of it. There are actually multiple maps from the Team Liquid map contest that utilize the like reverse gravity and the cool stuff. There was one of my favorite maps from the Team Liquid map contest. I very humble brag judge as one of the judges and look through hundreds of amazing maps. But one of them, it's called Earthrise. And it's not just an on or off switch with the like reverse gravity physics. Earthrise has like moon gravity, which means instead of always floating up, depending on how hard something gets hit on the physics engine, it may float up a little and fall back. Or float up slowly, like on the moon, because it's supposed to be on the moon. It's super cool. Of course, it never got a second look because there are so many amazing maps. That was like 3 years ago. But, and also there's water slides. How could I forget water slides from, was it Hidden or Last Resort? I like Last Resort as a name, but it was like ultras going up water. Anyways, here come a bunch of stalkers. Abyssal Reef was good. Abyssal Reef was good, but it was a turtle to 4 bases map. The actual layout was an issue. That was the issue there. But it looked very cool. Guys, okay. Alright. Stop. Sparklelands does have Blink, but... Void Rays in production. A Dream Ruptor. A relatively passive game. A game that has allowed me to rant a surprising amount. I always appreciate that. As Sparkle Hands, he's seen the Stargates. But I don't know if he appreciates the sheer amount of Void Rays that have joined the field. Well, that Disruptor could destroy a disgusting amount. Fires the shot. Direct hit. That, I mean, doesn't get much better. That was a near... Only killed 4 units, actually. Bruised and immortal. I think got 4 Stalkers. Well, Luke going with the tried and true 69 probe in the carrier strat. A nice tactic to maybe change things up here. I mean, it doesn't have to be carriers, but I think it's very likely. We'll have to see if Sparklehand's still building Ruptors. I'm of the opinion that Disruptor should be able to shoot up ramps, and then it goes into the air and hits the air targets. But only if you shoot it up a ramp. Okay? Add more skill shots to Protoss. That's what's important. So you gotta pick your fights very carefully. Well, this is a lot. Shots fired. 1, 2. The Stalker count at half. Disruptors burning. Void Rays lit up right now. Melting through. But the Guardian Shield and the Blink. The Disruptors undercut everything. And there just simply isn't enough in the air to match the Stalker count. The Disruptors did devastating damage. The Blink Stalkers are not amazing against Void Rays, but it's kind of a quantity over quality situation right now. Sparkle Hands working with those sparkle balls right there, which is definitely something I just said out loud. And now, 3 carriers. The carriers are a bit of a kicker. The carriers, if you don't have enough direct anti-air, then it can be one of those checkmate scenarios where, oh, he's building a mothership. Luke does not seem discouraged by what's happened so far. He's continually lost bases and probes and pretty much his entire ground army, and just continues keeping on. Sparkle Hands is somehow at 600 APM. I don't know, building probes? Meanwhile, Luke hanging out, building carriers. At this point, it has to be a matter of pride for the Wolverines not to lose a match to the Spartans. Sparkle ends a lot of Ruptors, but the carriers have arrived. Well, this base, another shot. Whoa. He's just freeing up supply for those carriers. 10 probes went down as well. The shield battery's vulnerable. At some point, there's nothing left on the ground to hit. Like, kind of waiting for the mothership is Luke. I don't know where the armies are trying to go, but they're obviously having a tough time of it. Takes down the rocks, which have so offended him. So, we're at 6 carriers. There are Tempests on the way. Is there an observer with the army? Yes. Tempest, the direct counter. Though, I don't know if there's any air weapons upgrades. Very helpful for the Tempest. Luke gonna try again for a 4th base. Though, keeping his army tucked in at the natural may not be the most, proactive move. Sparkle Hands, a few dozen more cannons. On essentially everywhere. It is just mass carrier. Well, that 4th Nexus targeted. Here comes the mothership to cloak it, and here we go. Well, he doesn't see. I don't know what happened to there is an observer. He just can't stop the magnitude of carriers. 4 more Tempests on the way. But Luke with the most efficient army composition here. Yeah, the Disruptors are melted, but at this point there's almost nothing for them to hit. He charged up the Void Rays. The Immortals are taken out. Sparkle Hands leaving them behind to free up more supply for Tempest. I think that was an intentional move, actually. Because you do need the army supply right now. Luke's at 130 of straight up mothership Void Ray carrier with whatever ground units survived. The Tempest begin. Time Warp is used. Just to prove he can. Here come the Tempest. Hitting the mothership will take 2 volleys though. The carriers are chasing. The Void Rays are burning through. They're on the clock. The Tempest need to grind through all this. Try to target the carriers, but the Interceptor swarm. Luke is backing off, which is giving the Tempest the opportunity to actually snipe, but he needs to target fire. Otherwise, the Interceptors will draw it. So Luke just kind of burns through the base. Sparkle Hand's desperate. The Tempest count getting pretty intense here. 10 Tempest to 12 carriers. +2 air weapons versus soon to be +3. Luke taking his sweet time. And he's patient. That's the key here. Sparkle, though, his army, he's got DT Blink on the way of all things. Well, the Tempest gonna lay into the carriers here. Knock down 1. Looking for more. The Intercept, 2 carriers down. 1 carrier kind of left out to dry here. Luke's like, you know what I'm missing? A mothership. Starts another mothership. DTs, are there no cannons? There's no detection. An observer will be rebuilt. So the DT's actually clearing out these bases. Because, wait, does he even have a forge? He does. He does have a forge. So, well. Sparkle slowly building in carriers of his own. I think the Stargate rally point is maybe a little misguided. What just happened here? I just saw a probe flying up. Dark Templar. Freeing up more supply for carriers. How kind of him. It's not really how Blink works. More probes dead. Freeing up more supply for carriers. How kind. Luke with an increasingly significant amount of army supply. The upgrades, Sparkle Hands is catching up and about to surpass Luke in those upgrades. As well as is expanding continually across the map. Understanding the situation, they're both maxed out. What is the carrier count? 15 carriers to 15 Tempest, 116 Interceptors. The 8 Void Rays and a mothership are very important parts of this as well. Alright. Well, those are some dead stalkers. Three more carriers will fill out the 200 supply army of Luke. The Golden Armada. I mean, it doesn't get much more sky toss than this. The phalanx of cannons here. Yeah, that's that. Well, just gonna try to burn through. The cannons will be eliminated before the battle even starts. Lighting up the Void Rays. The Interceptor swarm is unleashed. The Tempest firing at it. Going for another base. There is time warp here. Is there detection? Just targeting the carriers. The time warp used beautifully. An incredible time warp will allow Luke to target down carriers. And at this point, he can chase the Tempest. The Golden Swarm can chase. He's on top of the fleet, just flinging the Interceptors into Sparkle Hands. And slow and steady seems like it may have won the race. God, they intercept 120 of them. There just is no answer. And the Spartans have picked up their first match with Luke's carriers, bringing them into a winning position. He sat there, he built carriers, he knows what he's about. They put one on the board. We're gonna give them it for now. Like, they haven't won the match, but like, we're taking whatever opportunity. And oh, interesting. We've got the first match since our Bronze League on Pride of Eltaris. It isn't guaranteed to be a PvP again. By the way, as Sparkle Hands was playing random, Luke is a dedicated Protoss player, as you might be able to tell. It's not 4-1 yet. They gotta win the best of 3. That was just the first game won by the Michigan State. So, cause for celebration. The turnaround. Pride of Eltaris, double gold bases, and full golds, by the way. That is a unique part about the map. The gold bases do have 8 full mineral patches. And 2 gases, as opposed to your average gold, which has 6 patches and 1 gas. Oh, Sparkle Hands, how you feeling? He rolls Protoss again. After this, we do have our Masters / GM best of 3, and then a 3v3 match. Before the 3v3 match, we're going to bring the captains back in to tell you guys how to join, or at least how to start one of these clubs. If you don't happen to go to one of these 2 esteemed schools, which I'm assuming the players do. We didn't really vet that, but there's nothing on the line but pride. But that is sometimes the most dangerous thing. So, I don't think Luke is looking for the... Look at this, by the way. The double probe. The probe scout. Plus the proxy. Oh my. Wow. The Decepticon. I love it. Now, Sparkle Hands will see 1 gate. If he stuck around, he might have seen just 1 pylon in the main. Oh, he's building there. He's like, sir, is this a decoy? He knows he spotted it, right? I can't tell if he's leaving it on purpose or not. And I can't tell if Luke actually... Okay. That is a beautiful pylon, by the way. I love the green pylon there with the forge skin. It is a nice looking pylon. I call him like I see him. And that's a cool pylon. Alright? I'm not gonna apologize. He's really... Every good lie has a bit of truth. Okay. And this is the equivalent of like, I'm just doing a dumb and stupid strategy. It's so stupid. Okay, he might be jumping the shark here a little. actually building anything on that pylon. I mean, like, okay, so he's showing so much in the main. He's showing him what he's doing. And then Sparkle's gonna deal with it. He's gonna be like, wow, that was stupid. And that's when the Void Rays will show up. Luke didn't perfectly time out that well, the thing is here, this has delayed the Void Rays so much. Sparkle just has 4 Stalkers. So that should be more than enough. Yeah, even with the shield batteries. He spotted the shield batteries here, by the way. Yeah. The Void Ray just kind of hanging out. Luke. Ah, what a decoy. Goes for the pylon. Again, Luke getting real fancy with his tactics here. The shield batteries were technically scouted, but I think Sparkle's been kind of trying to figure out what's going on this whole time. There's not... Like, the shield batteries don't have that much energy. They were specifically nerfed in this exact scenario in the last patch. They start with, well... Okay, so this is not going great. Unfortunately, they're just... The downside here is this just kind of dies to a normal build. It was a clever idea, but maybe a little too clever for its own good. Well, I'm surprised at how safe Sparkle Hands is playing now, as he does have the ability to just take out those shield batteries. Alright, this Void Ray rallied in. Oof. Yeah, so now the unit count is 11 Stalkers to 1 Void Ray and 1 Stalker. Which is not ideal. And the Observer sees all this, by the way. The Observer's on the other side. Warp Gate is halfway done. So we delayed Warp Gate for this. Which is not an ideal move. Warp Prism on the way. Which will help reinforce what is very likely... I mean, you can build as many shield batteries as you like, but shield batteries don't shoot. There's only 1 Stalker and 1 Void Ray, which... I mean, some sentries coming up, I guess? Yeah, Sparkle... Well, he's waited until... the sentry... he's just clicking on things, and it's working. Yeah. Alright, we're all tied up. Our very first Game 3. So, Luke, an advanced cheeser, as we saw there. Maybe a little too advanced. It was a bit much. Sparkle. I may have to remake it. Sparkle obviously unwilling to disappoint his team again. Not taking any chances. Alright. Burling Rod. We'll see what Sparkle rolls with his random die. Oh. Terran. Back to the Michigan Terrans. I am pretty sure Terran is his main race. I'm not 100% though. Yeah, at first I thought we were in for third Protons versus Protons. The probe does not trust. Will confirm. Can never be too careful. Nah. Not a lot of time spent asking whether he should. That probe comes in and asks whether he could. Steals the gas. Vengeance for game one. And then pulls the switcheroo, as the SCV was very likely. Just for scouting. Yeah, he had the gas deal queued up pretty much before he got into the base. He knew what he was about. Well, not taking any chances as Sparkle hands here. He sees 2 gas. There's no nexus. Alright. Alright. That's a pylon. Luke has shown some creativity throughout this series. It's just a pylon. So, I hate to be the guy who says, did you know Terran buildings can fly? So I won't.
Your base is under siege. Do not let this transgression go unpunished.
He's very adamant about screwing up Sparkle Hand's build. What do we got over here? We got a robotics facility. Building a bunker on the low ground. Which, there is no command center yet. He's just, I mean, it's a scouting pylon. Well, here we are. It will successfully scout the command center in the bunker, so... Sparkle is opting for Magfield Accelerator Cyclone. I don't think that's a bad call. If you don't know exactly what shenanigans are afoot, but you suspect, especially like the heavy tech plays, Magfield Cyclone is a very strong choice. It's only mildly weak against heavy gateway builds or phoenixes. And even then, still can do pretty well. Also kind of surprising he's able to afford it. Oh, he's just now getting that second Cyclone. Warp Prism. Warp Gate. Warp In. Well, that is definitely more than nothing. It is 1 adept in the prism. I mean, it is about as close to nothing as you could possibly have, but it is more than nothing. Risking the prism might not be the ideal choice. You ever notice a prism carries a little pylon around with it to warp in? It's pretty sick. That's how they do it. They just, like, they got those mobile pylon. I pylon. Amen? Boom. There you go. Easy peasy. Robobay on the way. Adepts can be dropped into the mineral line. Well, 3 Magfield Cyclones. Yeah, one locks on to the War Prism and actually gets away, does the Prism. Recalled in time. Kind of surprising it gets away against the Magfield clones. Extended Thermal Lance, Twilight Council, Luke, meandering up the tech tree. Still a very, like, mass cyclone. Begun, the Clone Wars have. Against the robotics units of Luke. So, I have no idea, like, 4 Magfield Cyclones should not be a deadly army. But they could do crazy amounts of damage or just die horribly. We'll have to see which one it is. Because they are very fragile units as well. And they only do that bonus damage to armored. So the Stalkers and the Immortal. And buildings. Oh, lock-ons are there. Shield battery overcharge. Good choice. Oh, the dance. Somehow only 1 Zealot dies in that entire exchange. Sparkle Hands decides to back off. Probably a smart move. Are we going mech against Protoss? He's meching it happen. Triple factory and counting. Cloak Banshee. Blue Flame Hellion. Well, buckle up. Luke doesn't have a huge economy or a particularly great unit composition for dealing with it, but he does have the Colossus, some Immortals. He's got enough to shut it down for now. The 3rd command center landing, though, means that Sparkle's going to get quite an economic boost. Cyclone. Wow, the Cyclone count is quite high. The Banshee's headed out. Unfortunately for Luke, not going to see them with the Hallucinated Phoenix. Double Armory as well. Is there any detection? There isn't even an observer. Sparkle. The 2-pronged attack could either kill a lot of probes or the 3rd, possibly both. He's also getting a Ghost Academy. Ghost Mech. Wow. And Hyper Shees. So pretty much everything he's not going to be able to control very much of. But here come the clones. The full lock. Doesn't. He's maybe overstaying his welcome here. But at the same time, the Banshees does not kill the base. But the Banshees are eviscerating the main. There is no detection on the map right now. So, unfortunately, even with the shield, well, yeah, this is bad. This is very bad. Observer's gonna come out. Banshee's kind of lost track for a moment, but they're going to run out of energy anyways. Ooh, 28, 30, and they get away. He didn't kill the 3rd. That was pretty sloppy, but 30 probes is not a small number. Well. Those Hellions also get roasted. So 5 or 6 more moves like that, and Luke might be able to get back into it. There is a Dark Shrine, but there are turrets, the tank production. There's now the other flavor of cloak for ghosts. It's is not good. DT's heading out. That's not. There's also a Raven, by the way, in case there weren't turrets. The Hyper Shees. Oh my. Luke falling back on the Stargates here. Sparklehand's getting fancy with his micro. Some detection. Yeah, the Banshees will be dealt with. The DTs might actually find something at the new base being taken. Ghosts in production for Sparkle. Well, the DTs kill a refinery and an SCV. So, who's laughing now? And maybe another SCV. Maybe not. Maybe. Maybe not, though. Well, and then they die, but... Meanwhile, the Marines, which are here because he didn't want Marines anymore. There's a fusion core. Sparklehand's definitely just pressing every upgrade button at this stage, of which there are many when playing mech. There goes the Prism. This is probably the closest army supplies are gonna get. 70 to 60. As right now Sparklehands is busy getting everything else. Enhanced shockwaves. He's got a fusion core. There's a fleet beacon on the way, which does seem a bit optimistic. The Banshees continuing to kill probes. Oh my, 45 probes. Less than 40. Slides into the main. Killing his own Stargate pylon is Luke. Oh my. It's okay, Luke. You can tap out. It's alright. It's okay. Is there an observer? There is. It looks like he might get this before the Dark Shrine. Unfortunately, the Colossi came to headbutt everything. The Hellions are going for what probes there are left, which are lining up a little for them. Shield battery overcharge. There are battle cruisers on the way. I feel like at what point do I as referee step in and be like, alright. Okay. That's enough. He's obviously building up to the battle cruiser. There are 9 tanks. As a nuclear missile. Game 1 was solved by carriers, but I don't think Game 3 will be. Yeah, the Stalkers may blink back and figure out how deep they won't figure out how deep the tank line runs. They'll die well before that. Luke is he's still going. I mean, what can you do? A Venn diagram scan. There aren't too many options here. He just doesn't have the economy. Too many probes slaughtered. How many? 61. He's got 44 left. I can't speed it up. It's live. Is this really necessary? Issue a personal foul to Sparkle Hands. He knows. He knows. He knows what he knows where he is. He knows how many probes he killed. Well, can you believe it or not? Sparklelands takes it. We got there. On to our final 1v1 and the last chance for Michigan State to put it on the board. ND and Robin. 50 ND was 5,400 last season, I believe. Which is solid Grandmaster. I don't think he's played much this season, but it hasn't been long. I'm not sure who's on whose team. ND playing on a barcode, so classic. Where is Robin? For the last challenger, I see one player. Ah, here we are. So this one, I think State decidedly has an advantage, as Robin is a lowly Master 1 low GM player. And not even a Terran. So pick blue color. There it is. He just kept typing blue instead of changing his in-game color to blue. So we got there though. He's like, go blue. I'm like, no, go blue. He's like, go blue. So but here we are. I could have phrased maybe slightly better. I will admit. Well, for our final best of 3 in this, wow. Starting it off, the Grandmaster Zerg player for Michigan State ND, or Serial Killer, as you can tell from his barcode. The last hope of the Michigan State Spartans riding on this 12 pool. They've had a rough ride so far, but he may end it in a dramatic fashion. We will see. And on the other side, the University of Michigan Pro Tour Masters, low GM. These are effectively Grandmasters. The best of the best. It is Robin, and you can tell they're good players because they're not using the names they say they're using. Because that's, I mean, that's how you know. A classic tactic. Well, the Zerglings are spotted. The probe somehow escapes their anger. Wait, I'm not sure who took down the mineral wall. Wait, was that the drone? I think that was the drone of ND. He took down the mineral wall to speed up the Zergling attack. And now there will be just... Wait, actually the first Zealot isn't even out yet. The probes are pulled to hold the line. The Zealot, an incredibly important part. Will they try to break through? The other probe slips through with the mineral wall. The micro is there. A second Zealot in production. Starting things off dramatically. The Zealot must live. 2 Zealots are required. You cannot lose the first one. The probes are to make things more difficult. The Cyber Core finishes. Second Zealot pops out. There's enough Zerglings. Great probe micro thus far, but the first Zealot finds itself on the front lines, and that isn't the ideal place for it. 2 Adepts in production. They need to hold. ND realizes the situation. A nice back wall here. The Zealot is still holding. And right now, with Adepts coming out, gonna trap the Zerglings in. And so far, Robin with a near-perfect hold. A cancel on the pylon, but there is a pylon in the main. Well, that's about how you do it. Losing the first Zealot may be a little quick, but otherwise almost no probe losses. And this means ND in a bit of an awkward scenario, especially without a spine crawler in production. And that double-edged sword of taking down the mineral wall. Now the Adepts get here quicker. Gonna kill one. Each of these drones is incredibly precious, as there are only so many. A recall! And gets both Adepts out. I gotta say, so far, Robin is holding the line against the cheesy Zerg. Stalker shows up. Twilight Council will be revealed, but the Stalker can kill one of the... There's not that many Overlords, So far, Robin handling this near perfect. It's not like ND really screwed up. It's just the intent of the 12 pool is to create mistakes. But if they make no mistakes and they scout it early enough, the Protoss is at least slightly ahead. And here we are. ND scrambling to get that worker count up as the Adepts continue to work their way in. This is really sliding around the edges here, but they get into the main. We'll kill some more drones. Find a surround, but still killing very precious drones at this stage. You cannot easily reproduce those. Yeah, I would say, on top of the fact that those Adepts scouted, they scouted that there's no gas, no roach warren, no lair, obviously, because of that. And I believe they scouted the gases at the natural. So this, all the information is there right now for Robin. Whereas ND, taking a third, is in a precarious spot. You're left in this awkward position of guessing what the Twilight Council is going to do. Because it could be DTs. It could be charge. Or, most likely, but not guaranteed, Adept Glaives. In that, the Roach Warren kind of covers all of them, but the exact response, ideally, is tailored to what you're dealing with. War Prism heading across this attack. And Robin, well, not building any probes behind it, as I say it. Focused on warping in time. These are incredibly dangerous adepts. There's not enough queens to deal with this. Warping in, trying to bait the queens into hitting. Well, if the War Prism dies, the queen with the most energy being targeted, there's only so many transfuses. One goes down just fighting heads up. Not even throwing any shade right now. Here comes some Zerglings without speed, I might add. Didn't actually kill that queen, so adding a little bit more damage. The Roach is focusing. Wouldn't be surprised to see a cancel here. Does not cancel. Into the mineral line. And right now, ND cannot really afford to lose any more drones, but definitely will be. Shade towards the main. The Adepts kind of lose track for a moment. Actually fighting the Roaches. The drones are pulled, making it even easier for the Adepts to target them here. 7 kills. More Adepts in the natural, just running the table, but ND starting to get a Roach count high enough to make things difficult. The Adepts not targeting here either. Yeah, the Roach count is getting dangerous. The Stalker, I think, select all army down. Yeah, I think this tilted over into being less than efficient a few Adepts ago. And now we're in the awkward scenario of actually holding the counterattack, which is just slow Roaches. There's nothing else. I mean, there might be Ravagers soon. Indeed. So, this is a very holdable attack, but it is an awkward timing. The pylon, there's only one pylon here. An Immortal is out. The Immortal is a huge deal right now. The Corrosive Vials will be insanely important, but Robin does have to hold another attack from ND. This is, I don't think this move is necessary, but I appreciate the willingness to try it here. Well, yeah, the army supply, the Immortals picked up, so the game will go on. The Adept pressure, not finding the game-ending mark it might have. And that means Robin's in a bit of a stressful situation. Now, the Immortals will pop out. There is an Observer right there. It could be Corrosive Biled and plenty of Queens to make things difficult. Juggling the Immortals. Oh, you gotta be careful! Losing that Prism with both Immortals actually might just be the game. If the Roaches and Ravagers don't have to deal with the Prism micro, yeah, that does not make things easier. A lair is just now starting. Whoa, what happened with those Zerglings? Crash and burn. The worker count is still very rough for the Michigan State player, because all these units were produced in an attempt to deal with the pressure and deny a third. There's a Ruptor on the way. A lot of probes in one basket. This is... Is there Blink? Yes, but Blink is not that much. Really out there. Some Ruptors. Some Charge Lots. Lair is done. So the base was spotted in the top right. Now it's a liability. This is the big risk when you go for things like, because it's definitely suspicious that there was no third Nexus, because no damage was done by ND since the early pool. So the fact that there was nothing at the third was quite suspicious. Uh-oh. Well, that's not the ideal use of a Disruptor. Now Robin is split between two bases on opposite sides of the map. ND may have the army supply in order to turn this all around. Zerglings into the hidden third. Disruptor shot gets a good connection. Not a great... It doesn't get much juicier. Robin kind of stuck in the middle of nowhere, not really doing anything quickly, but holding on to Ruptors. More Ruptors in production. The economies on both sides are going to be gutted. I think it comes down to the Ruptors. They have another shot. They take it. Another great hit. And suddenly, it's very interesting. A chase hits more roaches. So Robin doing terrible damage, but the disruptors are wandering across the map like most of his units. A dark shrine on the way, drones everywhere. Obviously, both these players incredibly stressed out right now. Robin still has a lot of army supply. It's just unupgraded roaches and a handful. I don't even think there are any Ravagers. There are 2 Ravagers left. The units are all strewn out. Is there a recall? Is it worth the effort? Maybe trying to warp in, but I think the warp prism doesn't die. But all these units might. Many drones. The warp prism may get away. The immortal not saved. But there's no more anti-air. So Robin struggling to prioritize here. But there's only 13 drones left. So... And some of them might be spotted, though I don't know if anything can be done about it. Oh god, if the prism dies. More scouting Ruptors headed across the map. These units do not need to be out here. Okay. A canceled Nexus. Firing a shot into the roaches. They don't have speed. Another shot. More scouting Ruptors. DTs. He picks up the DTs, though. The double Ds of destruction. What a clusterfuck. Fires a shot. Gotta be careful not to hit his own DTs. Somehow the game isn't over. Adding Archons and pushing him along. Robin's on 1 base. ND is on 14 drones. The disruptors have gotten uncomfortably good hits. Even for Dream Raptors. The Warp Prism, despite all odds, has lived. The Concave, I mean, if you hit one, he has enough disruptors. He's bringing another one up. If you hit even 1 unit, it's worth at this stage. There's just not that many of them. The shots are fired. Another set. Well, there are still 2 Archons. But time is not on the side of ND. Somehow, some way, it looked like either side might take it, but a nice juicy hit. And Robin, despite his best efforts, looks like he's gonna take game 1 for the University of Michigan. Oh. Wow. That was a roller coaster. All right. ND attempted the cheese. It looked like Robin had a comfortable hold. And honestly, I think he stressed himself out. It happens. On the medium stage, like, he had the response, he had the micro, but he fumbled it at the 10-yard line with the adepts. And then, again, with the disruptors. And then again with the attack. But there wasn't quite enough. He still had enough momentum and enough disruptors. I think when you say blue is ready. Mm-hmm. All right. Well, we'll see. Game 2. Robin's up 1-0, but it definitely looked like ND was more comfortable. It was just such an economic deficit. Honestly, the choice to go for the hidden third, I think, really showed you Robin's confidence level. If that had just been a third at a normal third, I think he's just ahead. But instead, taking the huge and pretty unnecessary risk. It is hard to judge if you're ahead in a situation like that. Like, did I kill enough drones? I'm scared of the roaches, but ND not trying any early pulls this time around. And in fact, went for the hatch to stop the hatch block, but instead... Yeah, instead, the pool... Well, the probe doesn't show up till later. All right. So far, much more standard. Probe annoying the drones, as is its job description. Poking in for more. We won't stop there. It'll be interesting to see what the tech choice is. Last game was that Twilight Council, but I think that was partially because of the early pool. Though not much gas early on here, so I wouldn't be surprised to see a Twilight again. Stargate is the more comfortable choice for most players. Third base. Twilight. Added on. Stalker produced. Adept. Across the map. Zergling speed on the way. Queen looking to poke at the Adept. There are 4 Zerglings, right? Yeah. And will the Overlord scout? It sees it. Stalker not quite there in time. But the Robo was not spotted. Not that that is necessarily much. The thing about the Twilight is it doesn't necessarily tell you anything. Could be Adept Laves again. Could be DTs. Could be Charge. There is no easy way to tell without direct vision. You just gotta take educated guesses and hedge your bets. So more Queens on the way for ND. I wouldn't be surprised to see a Roach Warren momentarily. Overlord already driven away, unlikely to get more info. Yeah, if you look at this as ND, it's going to look very similar to the previous build. Yep, that Adept's there. Gonna kill the Zergling. There are spores on the way, acknowledging the possibility. We're still in that very ambiguous phase. War Prism not overstaying its welcome. Robin almost has the gas, gets all 4. Heading in. The Spore's not quite done. The Adept drawing attention. What a play. Can just kill the Spore. Doesn't just kill the Spore. Actually, the transfuse on the Spore, it's too late. Oh no. The lair just started. The third's dead. The Adept distraction was a super key part of all this. The queen's being slightly out of position. And Robin gets the 3rd kill cleanly. And now has plenty of space to morph into Archons. Beautifully executed. ND just didn't have what he needed ready. This is one of the hardest builds to prepare directly for without scouting the Dark Shrine. And right now, well, it's going to come down to how well ND can deflect the Prism. And, of course, delay the 3rd. Are there enough units here? It's a little awkward. Archon drop. Coming back to defend, it looks like. Not the worst call. The worker count is quite nice for the Michigan player as well. Zergling's looking for a surround. Oh. Did Robin have a warping off cooldown? I don't know, but the Zerglings just took a double take at that wall. Third base exposed once again. Now Pylon's in a nice spot here. Warp in of 1 DT. And the Archons get some good hits off. A strong follow-up as well. Immortals, charge lots, a lot of anti-roach. ND, is there an observer out here? There isn't, so nothing to deal with the creep, but the 3rd base is about to finish. So, with charge done, do you commit to defending it? Pushing the Archon forward. Well, the 3rd finishes. Gotta be careful with those Archons. A nice split so far. Loses 1. The Sentry's force field. Is he biting off more than he can chew is the question. Knocks down the force fields. There's still enough energy for another round. The Archon's still going to work. Gotta be careful those corrosive bows. Beautiful dodge. Archon at no HP. Is there enough Protoss left over? Half of it distracted, hitting the hatchery. Oh no. And I was distracted, so was Robin. The main base is gone and so are all the probes. It's a disaster. We're going to game 3. Well, gotta have, and this is why we keep a zealot in the wall. Okay, well, he's not going to tap out yet, but it's very bad. It's incredibly bad right now. It is, especially since the Spire just finished. It is almost, it's very hard to overstate how bad this is. Only 1 Muta on the way, because actually a supply block is going to slow that down a bit. The only chance here. Couple DT Archons warped in, the Zerglings in the 3rd. Well, it's not like he was using those probes anyways. Only a handful of mutas should be enough, as the roaches can clear out the anti-air, even if it costs them a lot. And it will. Force fields bite off a chunk. Knocks them down. Zerglings back for more. GG. Game 3. That's why we keep the door shut. Jimmy. Curious Minds will be our decider. ND is 1 game away from putting Michigan State on the board. I gotta say, Robin with a solid DT Archon build. But once again, you can't leave that back line open. And at the end of the day, we're going into our final standard match. Instead of a team match, we're going to have an alumni match afterwards, I hear. A best of one on GSL Nautilus, the 4-player map. So, the grudge match. We're gonna be like GSL and be different and have one different map that everyone vetoes and gets played in like a mirror match once throughout the entire season. It is customary. Or Game 7 of the finals. Those are the two options for maps like that. If there's a team game, I update the interface. It does work. 2v2 does work. I cast 2v2 yesterday. Did it not work? Oh, the control groups maybe, right? All right. Yeah, so clearly Robin has an idea of what he wants to do. It's just the execution. ND is good enough that not every unit is in the same place at the same time. And that seems to be the prevailing weakness of Robin here so far. You gotta have something in the wall. For some reason, the Protoss don't have the technology to, like, open and shut doors. I was lost to the ancients. Only the Terrans have that advanced technology, so... I guess the Zerg can, like, burrow and unburrow spine crawlers, so that kind of counts. Few Zerglings on the way, and we'll have to see what Robin has in store for us. It's almost always the Protoss player you have to look for. I mean, you're not going to be very surprised when you see a Zerg player who builds a few Zerglings, a few Queens, a third hatch, but you are going to be surprised if they do build a Roach Warren before that third hatch. That will surprise you. Consider yourself surprised. I don't think that's defensive based on the Zerglings he's building, but there is. So Robin's shown 2 Twilight Councils. Against a Twilight Council build, nothing kicks in by the time a Roach All-In can get there. But Void Rays, on the other hand, are fully capable of joining the field. So, big decisions here for ND. He had 11 larvae banked up, sees the Void Ray, 11 drones. Oh, and lucky for Robin, the Adept actually catches the drone going for the later third and sees the lack of another third. He might not know exactly what was going down, but he can get a pretty good idea. And if the Adept... Oh my god. Well, he sees the Roach Warren. Yeah, and so much more. I don't think he's realized at this point that ND has already vetoed the Roach All-In idea. Though the battery may end up paying off anyways. Void Ray finding the Overlords. Yeah, the Roach All-In would have been a strong choice against a non-Stargate build, but Robin, well, swerving into the Twilight. The Roach Warren is already done for ND, but it did cost him a lot of potential economy to even build it that early in the first place. The worker count in favor of the Protoss. Of course, that's not going to last. There's no lair, which means no roach speed for quite a while. So it kind of comes down to what the Adepts are able to get done. Because this is not a Warp Prism. It is just sending some Adepts across. No roaches. The Adepts kill a dozen drones. Well, a very workable position. Oh, this is awkward. Those pesky Zerglings have essentially kept ND in this series. The Zerglings finding all the things that Robin is uncomfortable defending on a different screen. But this time, we do have Void Rays to hold the line. Oh, no. There are no roaches in production. He just made another round of drones. Oh, my God. There's almost no larva, making one roach. So, there's a lot of free time here. This is, so far, not as devastating as it could have been, but the main base is empty. Wow, Robin gives him a free pass to the natural. Very kind. That could have been another dozen drones if those Adepts didn't have their shades on. The spawning pool itself is under attack. The Adepts will cancel those shades. I don't know if the spawning pool is a premium target. More Adepts coming in. More Void Rays being produced. Spawning pool is killed, which means no more Zerglings to follow up. Another spawning pool on the way in the natural. A devastating attack. The drone count plummeting. Void Rays showing up to the party. Definitely a select all army key. Losing the Void Rays means a potential counterattack is on the table. You really gotta be careful about that F2 key. Meanwhile, the Adepts in the third, still getting terrible damage done. 30 drones left. But once again, Robin has probably lost a little more than he needed to. And that means the counterattack has some real potential here. With those Adepts, or with those Void Rays alive right now, Robin is in a game-winning position. But those Void Rays, there's only one. Which is not enough. Well, the probe does not hold the door because it's a probe. The queens are coming. They're off a creep, but they'll do what they can. Void Ray lights up. The queens cannot transfuse, but that doesn't mean they can't shoot. Brenda! It is a desperate attack, but that's really all that's left for ND again. The creep is getting there. This might turn into one of those long-winded Ravager timings. There are more roaches on the way. The queens are tiptoeing back to the creep. More Void Rays being produced. Robin's still in an incredibly comfortable position economically. You just gotta keep a Zealot in the wall, Robin. Well, the Zerglings are in. Any number greater than 0 of probes will be killed. Everyone's coming back to make sure this doesn't happen again. Unfortunately, that means the Zerglings will get out much the same way they came in. Oh my. And these Zerglings alone have allowed ND so much space. Oh my. There's still a Zergling. He's got roaches and hydras on the way. The drone count is still horrible. But if Robin just panic attacks here, and that's what I'm gonna call it, this is the most defendable attack. Well, the queens dive first, which is best case scenario for breaking through. The charge lots are disjointed. The Archons are barely involved at all. The Void Rays charge up. Are there enough queens to actually deal with the Void Rays? A hectic attack. The Archons can't even find anything to shoot. More charge lots coming in. Not so many of them. It's that The Void Rays are mostly oh, he's coming down the ramp into the Archons. Another Archon is busy target shooting Overlords. Like, Robin had so many avenues to success here, but it appears he's chosen the narrow path to defeat. I mean, it was hard to actually lose this fight, so he's not going to lose. He's just not going to win nearly as hard as was potentially possible. Yeah, eventually ND will clean this up at this rate. Of course, it is not cheap or easy, but the Void Ray's still going. If ND had not lost his Achilles tendons at the beginning of the match, okay, a recall. ND is letting Robin make the mistakes. That was about as good as ND ever could have done in that fight. That very much could have just been the end of the game. But Robin is, he's almost there. I don't know. I'm kind of rooting for him because ND cheesed him, but at the same time, ND is outplaying him in many other ways besides the most important one, which is the overall game. ND is definitely running him around in circles. The problem is, Robin can run much faster with all of these extra units. Well, another... Is that his first Dark Shrine? Yes. ND's at... He's about to go above 50 drones again. I don't actually know if he was above 50 before. There are no upgrades at all, like basic upgrades for Robin. But he may when he looks... Yeah, he's like, oh yeah, when he presses all the rest of the buttons he has, he will find those upgrades. Including multiple robos, a Dark Shrine, Blink, Storm +1, and a whole lot of other things that aren't units. There are lurkers. There's 0 observers on the field right now. Technically, disruptors can hit. This is a huge gamble, but this entire game has been a huge gamble so far. Are those going to be hold position lurkers? I don't think I can tell if they're hold position until we see if they run over. That disruptor is being hunted by roaches. It just gets so risky. Robin has 75 probes. All he's got to do... He's got 10 gates. All he's got to do is build an army now. Meanwhile, ND is trying to sneak drones in. And I think he feels a lot more comfortable now that there's any amount of lurkers on the field. And lurkers are definitely one of those units that if you know your opponent is susceptible to the F2 syndrome, lurkers are a unit that can very much take advantage of that. Well, ND 64 drones. You can see him on the creep, by the way. I think, though, the amount of creep has inspired an observer. Not the lurkers, because I'm not sure if those are on hold position. I think just the sheer amount of creep being at your doorstep has inspired an observer, which is an accidental self-own here from ND because of his amazing creep spread. He no longer will have the opportunity to do like a crazy lurker play because the creep is forcing detection. That is so many disruptors. Oh, but the lurkers will be spotted at the watchtower. Oh my, that's a lot of lurkers, but they don't have hive. Oh. Disruptors can kind of outrange them. He fires a shot. Doesn't clip any. He's gonna fire another volley. Take out 2. There's a lot of lurkers. This is a lot of work to be done. They're definitely on hold position. He unlocks them when he realizes this isn't going to be a thing anymore. Alright, the disruptors fire some more shots. Airball. Oh. There's a lot going on. Robin is juggling a lot of balls right now, and I mean, I couldn't be more literal. He fires an entire volley. Misses a surprising amount. Oh my god. Well, I mean, it could go worse, but I'm not entirely convinced how. Holy Jesus. That ND just let him walk right into a pit of swords. And Robin, in what we saw coming from about 5 minutes away, very much did. Yeah. Oh. And with that, the Spartans will take the final match and put them on the board. Well, no, don't worry. Most of his teammates are Terran. They'll just chalk it up to Protoss. It was, Robin did a good job to get himself into a good position. And he did quite a good job of getting himself out of it. ND, encouraging him to the best of his ability. And it pays off. Okay, that's the graph. Oh, that's the cliff. Oh. All right. Well, before we get into our alumni match, I'm gonna bring back in, if they're around, the captains of the teams for a quick recap, trash talk. All right. Hello. Well, here we are.
Hello.
Oh, hello.
Congratulations, Double Delete. Your team.
Thank you.
Your team, led by you to start, takes it 5-1. So pretty comfortable victory today. It did seem like a lot of your team was well practiced. Anything to say about the result in your teammates?
I have to say, Robin taking a map off of ND, amazing. Great job there, Robin, and well played, ND.
And 2/3 of the other maps too. Like, he got most of the way there. But yeah, I think your team was pretty well practiced, but definitely more entertaining in many different ways. Michigan State today. All right, Scion, talk to me.
To be honest, I think this was as expected because most of our players haven't played StarCraft in a long time. Because like me and Kama, the bronze and silver player, we haven't played in an actual year or two.
So you're actually bronze and silver.
At this point, yeah, we just have our MMR hasn't updated just yet.
Well, it was still fun to see, and we got quite some entertaining games out of it. So thank you for that. Next up, we got since it's been a bit, and people have lives or something boring like that. We're going to have an alumni match of the former, I believe, team captain. And, well, talk to me about who's playing either player.
For MSU, we have our previous president, previous team captain, Crimson. I have high hopes for him because he's like the only one left out of us who actually actively plays now. And
You're making me feel old.
And he's been like kind of like our pseudo coach. He's been like our coach like this entire morning too for the last
Like,
minute.
all right,
practice
wake up.
sessions.
You got to log in. All right. No. You got to update it. Yes, there was a patch. No, you can still make void rays. Was that? Am I close or?
It was mostly yelling at me, like reminding me how to play Terran.
Fair enough. That sounds like a Terran thing to do. Double delete. All right. Who's your alumni player?
For our side, it is Tortle, and currently a graduate student, and he
I think we'll
went to
count
the
it.
University of Michigan. Yeah, so he'll be playing for our side.
So we're gonna play on Nautilus. But one more thing. So for you guys, all you got to do to join at your schools is just find the Discord. You can probably just Google Michigan Esports Discord or something like that, or Michigan State, and find that. But is there anywhere else, or what would you say to people who are maybe looking to find or start a club of their own at their school? Start with Cyan.
Other than looking to see if the club exists in the first place, talk to your advisors at your university, see if they can help. And then like for other clubs that are similar, like say you want to start another esports club or another gaming club, if you can find another existing one, they are more than willing to help you. Because I found that people are always willing and happy to help others.
Yeah,
Like,
they'll
this
find
is my
other
first time
nerds.
as a yeah. Us fellow nerds have to stay strong together.
I know it sounds difficult, especially if you play StarCraft, but other people are out there who also play games.
Yeah, as one of my teammates puts it, apes strong together.
That, quite a teammate. Double delete. Anything specific for Michigan?
I don't think anything specific. I think Cyan went through a lot of the great points for if you want to start a club and just grouping together some folks who do play video games, nerds together.
All right, so make sure to check out those Discords if you go to those schools. And honestly, especially if you go to a more major school, there's very likely some sort of esports club. There are a lot of nerds out there. So make sure to check that out. All right, any last things? Double delete.
Good luck, have fun, Crimson and Turtle.
Cyan.
Good luck, have fun. Make this memorable for us. And
Nope.
we will have arcade games afterwards for anyone who's still interested. That'll happen off camera. Don't worry.
All right. Actual fun games later on. Make sure to check it out. Thank you guys. And
Thank
thanks
you.
for having this. Have a
thank
great
you.
night. Thank you to the captains for the effort of putting it all together. And now we have the alumni match of a best of one between two former, well, it's alumni, so not really. I do have to say, hearing, well, he's really the only one who still really plays, and also he graduated a while, like, kind of feels like you're saying people are aging out, but obviously the U of M players are still playing as well, so. Well, one last set of introductions here. And oh my god, it's so bright. In the bottom left, the Michigan State, if it's singular, is alumnus. Are we using Colossus plurals? The alumnius. The former captain and current babysitter. Michigan State's Crimson. And then for the team that did win the war, At least this time. But representing the University of Michigan Wolverines. Now a graduate student, which sounds difficult. But here we have Tortle, the Zerg, ZBT. And that's how we're going to start this first scout. He scouted cross map first. We're on GSL Nautilus, which is a 4-player map. So therefore, everyone hates it. But we're spicing it up a little. Both these players, I think, higher level. Maybe not Grandmaster, but definitely, I mean, to quote, Crimson actually plays. So we'll see if Tortle can match. Was it forced? You see, he knows that people watching GSL. Back in my day, what you would do is stay up till 5 a.m., watch GSL, and then miss class because you fall asleep. All right? He corrected from IDST to IDTS. And I don't know what either of those mean. So here we are. Can someone half my age fill me in? I don't think so. I've never seen that abbreviated. SMH my head. So far, we have the most standard and high-level start of any of the matches. I guess also this is... Neither of these players has the pressure of representing, like, being part of the scoreboard anymore as well, so... But, yeah, here we are. Looks like we're gonna have a good old-fashioned macro Zerg versus Terran. But, yeah, once again, there's likely to be an esports club at your university. Some nerds. Honestly, they probably play MOBA games or like Apex Legends or some shit, but maybe a few of them can be convinced to play real games. And that's when you can put a team together. There are some college team leagues as well. A handful of Zerglings roasted down. Roach Warren on the way for Tortle. And a lair in production. And since it's cross map, everything takes its sweet time getting there. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, we've already seen how bad it is if you don't have something in the wall. Those Spartan players slipping into the natural and main and murdering all your workers. But Crimson not taking the risk, playing a very standard Terran here. Tortle, on the other hand, is also along similar lines. The only difference is this looks to be roaches as opposed to a Ling Bane style, as there is no Baneling nest. That usually precludes the whole Baneling idea. Banshee Cloak. Are there any Banshees, though? Well, yes. There is a Banshee, in fact. The one killing the drones. Ten more drones on the way, though. Tortle, not slouching. And by just the sheer magnitude of the map, it's unlikely that anything's going to be coming across before that drone count can get up to a reasonable number. Crimson taking A bit of an awkward path, losing a Hellion or two. More Banshees. How many Banshees now? Oh, that's just the second Banshee. I think there was a supply box. Sir? So this is... Our 2 SCV. This is not the beginning of the game. Is he going to repair that? You know the hell... Oh. Okay, I think it was just an accident. I thought he was going to repair the Hellions or something. To which I would say... Oh yeah, it does seem like the rally point is not... ideal. The Hellions still trying to work on the creep. Crimson doing a good job of chopping it off. Scans the main. Finds nothing. Because the natural contains the lair. Is roach speed done? It is. 1-1 on the way. Crimson, no engineering base yet. A glaring oversight. But, once again, since it takes approximately 3 years to get across the map, no one's going to be punished particularly quickly. Oh, is that a 4th command center? Total at 69 drones. Nice. Meanwhile, Crimson, 65 workers. Not bad. Wait, I was about to say +1 burrow, which would be, burrow. So, burrow on the way. I wonder if Crimson will learn of those engineering base. That is the one thing missing here. That and combat shield, and stim, and very many barracks. But he does have a lot of command centers, so he's got that going for him. A lot of scans. I mean, that's what else are the command centers for? Let's be real here. 2-2 is on the way. The roaches are trying to dodge the scans. You don't want to get too much radiation. Crimson embracing his inner Terran. Picks up 2 medevacs of Marines. They will have stim. Heading to the edge of the creep. Armory, NG Bay. Second NG Bay. Filling in the blanks here. Is he heading? He's going to the main. Or the third. Nope. The main. But of course. He does fly over the edge here. But the roaches are on the other side of the map chasing a Reaper. So this might do surprising... I don't think he noticed. This is actually the perfect timing for 2 medevacs of Marines to hit the main. He's not killing the Spore, which means he's going to lose the medevacs awkwardly. But he does kill every drone in the main base. And the infestation pit. And if he gets it before the hive, he does, he can delay the hive. He's also scanning for... He still hasn't started those upgrades, Crimson! This is... Would you believe me if I said Crimson is a Diamond Terran? Impossible to tell. But did you see that Banshee micro? Combat shield a little late. There will be several Marines left by the time it completes. Turtle. Overrunning the front. Command center is trying to make it difficult for them to get any further in. Another medevac heading in, but it does appear quantity will be outstripping quality. Except with 2-2, I don't think Crimson has either on his side at the moment. Bludgeoning the command centers. That is a planetary, though it has the fancy skin. This upgradeless Terran. The Marines begging for their guns to not suck so hard. It's like, can I just buy a better gun? You go to the engineering bay. You mean the armory? No, the engineering bay. The armories for mech. Wait, no. Okay. Shut up! Don't ask questions! Take your drugs! Well, Turtle smashes a planetary. Yep, those are roaches and rat. Oh, there's rocks! And a bubula. Turtle is maxed out. There's no reason not to attack, really, at this stage. Well, besides not having high ground vision and the tanks hitting you. That's a lot of tank hits, but once again, all the upgrades start. The Ravagers. I mean, this is one of the worst possible fights. Ooh, the medevacs while walking into it. Well, flying. You got it. I forgot 1-1. Okay, he types that right at the end. Oh, it was an O 30 seconds ago. But it was not an O now. Well, no wonder I'm losing these fights. Well, you're also losing these fights because you are walking into corrosive bile, but like it definitely doesn't help. What he's really not doing is dropping with 2 medevacs enough. That's my opinion. Don't worry, they're alumni. They're in the real world now. They can take it. Wow, what a split. But the roaches are just tanking so much damage. Another volley, and University of Michigan will take one last match. Turtle claims victory. And U of M, again, the victors. That will conclude this Michigan clan war. I hope it inspires Michigan State for the next one. I hope it inspires the University of Michigan to touch grass as much as they smoke it. And I hope it inspires you to check out an esports club at your school. So, thank you for watching. Hopefully, you enjoyed. Hopefully, you are inspired in one way or another. And I'll see you next time. Thank you to everyone. Congratulations, good luck, have fun. Stay chill.